my speaker calm. I'll keep going till my speaker calm. I'll keep going till my speaker calm.
Creo que estoy haciendo.
Hello and welcome to Scottish Virtual Drift Series Street Drift Championship Round 2 here in Sweden. We're at track in Piteå here for Round 2. Big welcome. Hello everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. First and foremost, last night we had a bit of a storm roll through Scotland, so a lot of people left without power, a lot of issues with internet and stuff like that, and unfortunately one of those people was our person who does all our streaming. So unfortunately we did try to get it up, but with it power outages kind of coming in and out, so unfortunately we had to cut stream short last night, and that was with the late start as well. But we are back, we are all good today. We will have a full top 32 coming your way. We've a massive top 32. Every battle is unbelievable. Looking back at qualifying yesterday, your top qualifier, Mustafa Amini, his high score of 93.3, followed very closely by Ricky Stoart with a 93 flat, and then in third position would be Ahmed Alhamadi with a 92.3. Tied for third would be Darius Ostrika with a 92.3 as well. So you can see them scores on your screen there. Cameron Mustard, your championship leader, your round 1 winner, with a 92 there as well. So a lot of big names here again. Everybody knows a lot of these drivers, the likes of Ricky Stoart, the likes of Darius Ostrika, Cameron Mustard, Nico Stella, and Restis Jacubas. They're all here. Mark O'Rourke, Noah Mlade, everybody who has been a name in sim drifting for the last, about a couple of years. There's a lot of people new to the sim here as well. they're all here. One person who's come back to the sim is Charlie Hume. He qualified 21st yesterday. He's a real-life driver, driven Driftland many times. Never driven this Swedish track. To go on that, let's see our top 32 bracket here. You can see Mustafa Amini to take on Alexander Barsov to start us off. Then we're up with Mark O'Rourke versus Ahmed Alabaga. Vidas to take on Lucinada. Lucinada getting 4th position on round 1. Velica to take on Juan Horquez. Barry Sostrika to take on Liam Cook. David Lasco to take on Peter Nemeth. Cameron Mustard versus Sebastian Chiron. Noah Mlade to take on Charlie Hume. Moving across down to the other side of the bracket with Ricky Stoart to take on Braden Howard. Elijah Islas to take on Ernestus Podolskas. Ernestus Jacubas to take on Caden James. Andres Kleinbergs versus Rasmus Malstrom. Ahmed Alhamadi versus James Estrella. Kasparis Jusius to take on Virgil Choset. Nico Stella versus Carlos Bazinskas. And Rodrigo Carvalho to take on Hassan Selik to round off the top 32. We'll work our way into top 16, top 8, top 4, and then we'll have our finals and our 3rd and 4th playoff to round it all out. But to start us off here is the battle of the Altezas, the IS200s. It's Mustafa Amini to lead out Alexander Barsov here as we get them to leave the line. This short run up as they initiate in onto the wall of outer zone 1, work their way around to outer zone 2. A little bit of a gap between both of them now as they transition back. Mustafa not putting a foot wrong here in the lead position as Alexander tries to get up onto the door. The other IS200, a little bit of a gap all there, trying to make some dives here and there just to get there, but Mustafa very, very fast in that car as we work our way back around now at the figure 8 as we see Alexander starting to push up onto the door, get back that ground into the proximity zone as they cross the line here. We will send them for the second half of this battle. Nice battle to start us off here. Very clean first run as we'll get them to go back to the line and the judges will drop in their scores for that eventually. As we get Alexander now to lead out Mustafa Amini. We'll wait for Rise, our head judge, to illuminate that start line. As we get lights illuminating here now, get both of them to leave the line. Mustafa Amini in tow behind Alexander Barsov here as they initiate in past the cone onto outer zone 1. Mustafa trying to push up again onto the door, the IS200. A little bit of a half of a car length there as we work our way around now to the second wall. Transition back here across the track as we come back around now into inner clip 5. Not a bad job through there from either driver as we push around now to the next wall, repeating ourselves across clip 7 there and working our way around to clip 8 as we look at the proximity there from Mustafa, pushing hard, wanting the win on this one. As they cross the line, we'll wait for the judges to drop in their scores. As I start to just pull up our sheets here, just so I can see what's going on. As we do have one of our judges to drop in a decision already. Just waiting for 2 other judges. They'll look back at all of the runs just to make sure that everything is box ticked, ready to go. As you can see, our next set of drivers on the line there. It'll be Ahmed Alabaga there waiting for Mark O'Rourke, I believe. As we're still just waiting for judges to drop in scores. We are getting more scores dropping in now. Having a bit of deliberation there. As we do have scores in, and slide them left for Mustafa, right for Alexander. Rise, Parker and Tyre all go for Mustafa Amini, so he'll move on to the top 16. Unfortunately for Alexander Barsov, that means he will bow out of competition in top 32, but hopefully we'll see him back for one of the other rounds as well. As we'll move it along to our next battle we will have on the line, it'll be Mark O'Rourke to take on Ahmed Alabaga. as we just wait for everybody to get to the line. So we are missing Mark O'Rourke, so it's Ahmed Alabaga to do a buy run here, as you can see him pilot around this PITA track here in Sweden. Get to enjoy Ahmed doing a quick buy run. Use this as a bit of practice just to calm the nerves a bit as he passes on to top 16. So he will come up against Mustafa Amini in the top 16. As we go back to the line here now, it'll be Vidas to take on Lucinada. Lucinada doing an incredible job last round in that S14. Very, very clean round overall. Got 4th overall as well, so he would have been happy with that. Zanata, a long-time SVDS competitor, has been around for a number of seasons. Vidas, an unbelievable driver though as well, as he is sitting there patiently waiting to lead out in that E92. And you can see there's a little bit of a run up there for Lucinada as he jumps the line a bit, as he tries to get up onto the door of the FTW car as they initiate through now up onto the wall. Oh, bit of a tap onto the wall there possibly from Vidas in the lead as they work their way around through outer zone 2, transition back now onto the wall of outer zone 3. Transition to 4 as we work into inner clip 5 here. Will we get through cleanly? Yes, they do. And we want Lucinada to make a little bit of a dive up onto the door of the E92, and he does just that. Let's see the proximity here as he's knocking on the side of the E92 saying, hey, I'm still here. So we work our way around now through the rest of the track and just cross the line. There you go. So we will bring them back for the second half of this run. Vidas going to have to do a lot in the chase position here. That was a very clean chase run from Lucinada. As you see the brakes glowing red hot there, just trying to stay nice and slow behind that E92. Lucinada doing a very clean job there, just getting close enough, staying in that pocket of the E92 is a nice big target. As we get them back to the line now, we'll get them lights to reset. As they start to illuminate again, Lucinada to lead out Vidas this time round as they smoke up the rear wheels straight away, initiate in to outer zone 1. Lucinada throwing on massive angle. Vidas having to throw in a little bit less angle, try and make up some ground here onto the door of the S14 as we work our way around now to outer zone 3, transition back to 4. Let's see how we do through this inner clip here. Look at the proximity from Vidas, unbelievable stuff as we come around through outer zone 6 there, transition back to clip 7. Look at the proximity, it's so clean from Vidas as he drops a wheel just inside that guideline there as we work our way across the last clip, transition back across the line. Interesting to say the least. Judges will have to do a lot of breaking down on this one, see who had more proximity where, who had more mistakes. They'll be splitting hairs through this one. Both guys doing an incredible set of runs here as we look back at the replays. As you can see, off initiation was a little bit closer from Vidas in the chase, but throughout the run then, overall might have just been cleaner on the side of Lucinada. You see through that inner clip there, very tight between both of them. Who knows, and Adam maybe not the start he wanted here, wanted to be a little bit cleaner in that chase position. We'll have to see what the judges make of it though. They'll have to make the decision at the end of the day. As that is both our replays done there. You can have a vote yourself in this chat. As we just wait for our judges to drop in scores, just waiting on one more judge now to make up their mind. As we do get the final score to drop in. So slide him left for Vidas, right for Lucinada. Rice goes left, Parker goes left, and Tar goes left. So that is Vidas going through to the top 16. Unfortunately, Lucinada bowing out of competition in top 32. Not the start to round 2 that he would have liked at all. He would have wanted to go a lot further than that. As we move along now to our next battle, it'll be Emilis Velica to take on Juan Horquez. Juan Horquez impressing us last round with that MX-5 as Emilis Velica, that FTW driver in that PS13. As we wait for the lights to just reset there. Our head judge Rise in charge there. Rise actually did some head judging here, or not head judging, but he did some judging here in real life on this exact layout. That's why we are here at the Swedish layout, as we get both guys to initiate in. Oh, very weird initiation there in the lead from Emilus. Juan Horquez not too fussed about it though, as he goes straight to the door of the PS13 as he transitions back now towards outer clip 3. Juan Horquez trying to transition right on the bumper, goes to the door of the PS13 in that MX5 as we come around the inner clip and back over, transition back now towards outer zone 7. Look at this from Juan Horquez, doing an incredible job as he goes straight to the door, stays there, keeps it pinned as they come across the final clip and across the line. Incredible chase run there from Juan Horquez, definitely trusting that lead line, as Emilus Velica yesterday did qualify, let me just see, 9th yesterday with a 90-point run. So Juan definitely trusting that lead line, knows he's well capable of doing it. Juan Horquez qualifying 24th yesterday with an 85-point run. As we get both guys back to the line now, Emilus is going to want to go extremely close here to Juan Horquez. Let's see what happens as we wait for the lights to light up yet again, get these guys down this towards outer zone 1. As we get the lights illuminate, there's the green light, final green light as they leave the line through the start line chicane. Juan Horquez to initiate in, Emilus Velica right there on the back bumper of the MX5 as they go close right from the get-go. A little bit of a bobble there, maybe a bit of contact through outer zone 1 as we transition back now towards outer zone 3. Transition again to outer zone 4 now. Let's go through the inner clip. Very clean through there from both drivers. We work our way around now, transition back to 7 across the wall. Look at the proximity from Emilus. Unbelievable stuff from the FTW driver as we transition back now across the line. It'd be very interesting to see where the judges go with this. Very, very good runs from both guys. Very clean. As we just wait for the judges to drop in their scores, and they do it quite fast this time as we go to our battle screen there. Will be swipe them left for Juan Horquez, right for Emilus Velica. Parker, Rise and Tyre all go for Emilus Velica, so he'll move on to the top 16 where he'll face off against his teammate Vidas Sapilia. As we get through that now, that is our first group done, as we'll go to a quick server reset here. Our next group, it'll be Darius Ostrika to take on Liam Cook, David Lasco to take on Peter Nemeth, Cameron Mustard to take on Sebastian Chiron, and Noah Mlade to take on Charlie Hume. Do be sure to support your drivers in the chat. They do watch the streams back as well, so it's always nice for a driver to see that in the chat. Any questions as well, do shoot them out there. I can answer them, or try to answer them as best I can on the live stream for you. As we just wait for a quick server reset here, we'll just get everybody back into the server. We do have to change over servers. We do try to keep it quite small groups so that there's not as much chopping and changing. Everybody gets a fair shot at it. We try to keep it to 8 drivers max so that we have, obviously we'll have the judges in there as well, so they'll have their own views, and we'll have our streamer in there as well. So really there's about 12 people in that server, so to keep lag to a minimum, we try to keep the groups quite small, as every sim competition tries to do. Unfortunately, that does mean quick server resets every so often. So we are ready to go here for our second group of the evening. We're just pulling up our first battle to the line. It'll be Darius Ostrika to take on Liam Cook. Darius Ostrika yesterday qualifying in fourth position with a 92.3. He'll be coming up against Liam Cook, who qualified 29th with an 83.3. So let's go to the line here. Let's see how this goes for both drivers. Liam can definitely trust that line of Darius Ostrika. Man is driving like a man possessed on every track. He learns the track so well. He can drive it with his eyes closed. As we get the lights to illuminate, Liam Cook takes a little bit of a jump there. He is allowed to do that in the chase position just to get onto the back of that PS13 as they initiate in there. Big gap forming between the R32 and the S13 of Darius Ostrika as we transition back now to outer zone 3. Wanting to make a bigger dive there in that R32 is Liam Cook. Not really the impact he would have wanted in his chase run, as Darius just continues that lead run like it's qualifying, doing an incredible job as we work our way around now towards the final clip. That's the proximity getting through now, just slightly too late in the run, unfortunately, for Liam Cook as they cross the line. We'll send them back to the line for the second half of this battle. Not really great, unfortunately, for Liam Cook. Not exactly what he would have hoped for there. Would have wanted to be right on the door of that S13 the whole way around here, but someone you can guarantee who's going to be on the door the whole way around is Darius Ostrika. He's an incredibly smart driver. He knows what he should and shouldn't do, and what he can and can't do, what risks he should take. So let's see what happens here. You can see a little bit of a run up there for Darius as we get the lights to light back up there. Green light means go as they leave the line here. Liam Cook to lead us out through the start line chicane as we initiate into the first wall towards outer zone 1. Really nice job along the wall there from Liam Cook. Darius Ostrika makes a bit of a dive onto the side of the R32 Skyline, puts the back bumper on his front bumper as we come through outer zone 4 here. Darius Ostrika pushing the pressure on now to Liam Cook as we come through inner clip 5. Right there, not being shaken is Darius Ostrika, as Liam Cook is doing an incredible job in the lead here, not doing a bad job at all, as Darius is trying to do a little bit of wavering and weaving behind him. And as we get contact onto the wall there from Liam in the lead position just before we cross the line. Did manage to get across the last clip, but unfortunately it wasn't across the line, so that will be all she wrote, unfortunately, for that lead run. That will probably be a 0, unfortunately. As we get a replays here, we go straight to our decision, swiping left for Liam Cook, right for Darius Ostrika, and Darius Ostrika will move on to the top 16. Unfortunately for Liam Cook, he will bow out of competition in the top 32. We will move it back to the line here now, where it'll be David Lasco to take on Peter Nemeth. Both these guys, incredible drivers, been here last season as well, so we will wait for them to get to the line here. As we wait for our head judge to rise just to illuminate them lights to send these guys down the track. As we get 3 lights and now we get a green light, we'll send them down. They leave the line here. Peter Nemeth to chase in David Lasco. Let's see what happens here. Peter Nemeth initiates right on the door of the S13 and that 180SX. Look at the proximity here from Peter Nemeth. Incredible job as we transition back now. Puts bumper to bumper. Starts to put the pedal down. Peter Nemeth in that chase doing an incredible job as he starts to really reel in through that inner clip. Very, very clean chase here, but not putting a foot wrong. In the lead is David Lasco, doing a very nice job in that S13 as they work our way around now towards the last and final outer zone. As we come across the line, very impressive run from both guys there, as we'll send them back to the line for the second half of this battle. David Lasco will chase out Peter Nemeth this time round, that Carbon Drift team driver of Peter Nemeth. As David Lasco comes into the chase lane here now, we'll get Rise to reset them lights. The guys wait very patiently now. They'll want to get going extremely fast after that run. David Lasco will definitely want to put it right on the door, the 180SX here of Peter Nemeth. Some support in there for Peter Nemeth as we get the green lights to send these guys down. They initiate into outer zone 1 here along the wall. Peter Nemeth sending it right down through that outer zone as we go through outer zone 2, transition back to outer zone 3. David Lasco trying to make a dive here up onto outer zone 4. Will he make the dive now into the inner clip? Yes, he will. Gets onto the door to 180SX as we continue around now, transition back now towards outer zone 7. A little bit of a wobble and a wave there, trying to make dives here and there for David Lasco, but manages to stay there for the duration of the track as he maybe goes off track just as he crosses the line there. I'm not too sure, as we just wait for the judges to make their decision there, as we do get a call quite quickly, I think. Yep, we do. Swipe him left for Peter Nemeth, right for David Lasco. And it is Peter Nemeth heading through to the top 16. David Lasco, unfortunately, dropping out of competition there, as we'll move it along now to our next battle on the line. It'll be Cameron Mustard to take on Sebastian Chiron. Cameron, your last round's winner, your current championship leader. Let's see what he can do this round as you see him pull to the line there. He will lead out Sebastian for the first half of this battle. Sebastian in that 180SX, another S13 Sylvia versus an RPS 13 180SX. As we wait for the lights to extinguish. Both these guys, after warming their tires there, they are allowed to warm their tires for about 30 seconds just to get some heat into them. As we get the lights reset, they will go illuminate. A little bit of a jump there for Sebastian Chiron as we leave the line here. Cameron Mustard to lead us in as he initiates nice and early, gets up onto the wall through outer zone 1. Sebastian Chiron makes a dive into outer zone 2, transition now towards outer zone 3. Sebastian Chiron trying to get onto that door for that S13, knows he can trust Cameron Mustard in the lead as we work our way around now to the inner clip. Sebastian Chiron doing an incredible job in that 180SX there, definitely putting it to the door of Cameron Mustard, maybe a little less angle through there. It makes a dive, goes shallow on the line, makes a little bit of contact with the door and doesn't really affect the line of Cameron Mustard too much as we go across the line. Very tidy job from both guys. As we'll send them back to the line for the second half of this run. Sebastian Chiron to lead us out this time round as Cameron Mustard will chase. Cameron likes to take a little bit of a second or two just to come back to the line. I've noticed that across a couple of competitions with Cameron. Maybe just having a look at some spotting notes there as we get the green lights to send them for the second half of this battle. Cameron Mustard in tow now behind Sebastian Chiron as they initiate early again into outer zone 1, working their way around to outer zone 2. Cameron Mustard trying to make a dive onto the door, the 180SX, but maybe not trusting that line of Sebastian Chiron too much as we work our way around now. This is where he's going to make a dive, if anywhere, right into the inner clip, and he does just that. Very nice from Cameron Mustard as we work our way around to outer zone 7 there. You can see the front wheels locking on Sebastian Chiron's car, just trying to keep that car settled as Cameron Mustard pushes him across the line. Incredible stuff there from Cameron Mustard, right on the door as per usual. As we see some support there, I believe that from Brandon Patrick for Cameron Mustard. I think that's support. We'll take it as support. I hope Cameron's taking it as support anyway. As we get a replay back here now, judges will break this one down just to make sure everything's in tip-top shape. Make sure they're not making any bad calls, or make sure they're not making any kind of mistake themselves. Get the replay here. You can see on the last part of this run, Cameron making a little bit of contact there. There was contact from both drivers. Big shout out to our sponsors. You can see them popping up at the bottom of the screen there. Our title sponsor, Strom Wheels, and then our other sponsors as well, Dill Designs. We've got FSR, Mclellan Motorsport, Kaptured Media, Driftland as well. A lot of big sponsors. Number 26 Racing, shout out to Porter, Stuart Holmes, Tsuji as well. Tsuji doing all the physics for these, and DND Performance, well, massive sponsor of the championship. Big thank you to all them. We could not do this without them. A lot of these guys putting in a lot of prizes as well, as far as I know. And big thank you to them, because we couldn't have this championship without them. That was your greeting, Brandon. Okay, right. Perfect. As we do get a decision now, swiping left for Sebastian Chiron, right for Cameron Mustard. And yes, Cameron Mustard will move through to the top 16. He will get the W. He'll move along. Sebastian Chiron coming out of competition in the top 32. We'll hopefully see him back for another round as we'll move it along now to our next battle. The last battle of this group. We'll be halfway through our top 32. It's Noah Mlade to take on Charlie Hume. Noah Mlade, the young gun, an incredible driver. Only on the sim scene maybe a year. Did join up SVDS last season. But Charlie Hume, a man who's driven many different kinds of competitions in his career, has been on the sim for a number of years, but has only really come back to the sim competition wise recently enough. As you can see, Noah warming the tyres there, that Carbon Drift Team 180SX. As we start to get Charlie Hume, that FSR driver, Brandon Carter, his spotter for the evening, I'm told. As Noah Mlade sits very patiently in that lead lane. Noah doing an incredible job in qualifying last night. He qualified in 12th position with an 88.7. Very happy with that run, I'd say. As we come to Charlie Hume, who qualified... Can actually see where Charlie qualified yesterday, but it doesn't really matter. Qualifying doesn't matter at all in this situation. We're in the top 32. We are in battles. As we wait for the lights to be extinguished, Charlie Hume just pulls up, readjusts himself just really quick. This guys wait very patiently on the line. CDT versus FSR. 180SX versus R32. Charlie Hume jumps the line a little bit. Noah Mlade to lead us out this time round as he initiates nice and early, gets it out to the wall of outer zone 1. Charlie Hume right there in that R32 skyline, trying to make dives, little dives here and there as he transitions on the back bumper of the 180SX. Noah Mlade not putting a foot wrong here as he transition back again now to outer zone 4. Look at the proximity here from Charlie Hume as he puts it door to door now. Noah Mlade transitioning back now towards outer zone 7, doing a very nice lead run here, but Charlie Hume making every bit of use of the good lead run from Noah as he puts it door to door as they cross the line here. Incredible stuff from both of these guys. Very nice job. As we'll send them back for the second half of this run now. The battle is not done yet. Noah Mlade will go door to door. He is a man possessed. When somebody goes that close, he knows he's like, I'm gonna go 110% here. Talking to him behind the scenes, he's hungry. He wants to do well. He wants to progress through this top 32. As we wait for the lights just to reset, these guys will be waiting very patiently. Maybe just having a quick look at some spotters notes while they wait. As we get the lights to re-illuminate here, Noah Mlade has a little bit of a jump there just before the lights go, and I have lost my stream. Not really too sure. I cannot see what's happening here. I hope the battle's going well. As I can only see what you guys are seeing right now, cannot see what has happened. As we do get the end of this run here, just right at the end of the run, looks like Noah Mlade was fairly close there. Hopefully we might be able to get a replay of that. No, I don't think we will, unfortunately. Having some slight technical difficulties in the background here, as we'll just wait for the judges to drop in their scores here. Will be the only telling factor for us. Censorship gone too far from Brandon Patrick there. trying to hide the results of battles. As we just wait for judges to drop in their scores here, we'll get a nice view of this layout, some nice beauty shots. Judges taking their time to break this one down, so we will have to see what's happening here. The judges will really giving us all the information on this one, so Brandon Carter in the chat there, he says hard to spot with no visuals. Yeah, Brandon, I would say that is quite a hard thing to do. I think you should have had your crystal ball ready there. That probably would have been a better idea. Is there a link to the bracket? Unfortunately not. I don't think. I believe there is actually a public sheet. I'm not too sure if that somebody might put that in the chat. And that will be auto updated there too. Brandon, you can make all the calls you want, but you know, unless you're gonna talk to Rise about it, he ain't looking at live chat right now. He's got more important things to be doing. And it's objection, not obstruction. They're two very different things. As we're still waiting for the judges here to drop in their scores, really see, the thing is, to rerun it would be, and just say one more time, would be unfair if there was a clear winner in that. The judges did have clear views of everything at the time. It was just unfortunately our stream just crashed there, so myself couldn't see it, you guys couldn't see it, but the judges still had a clear view on that, so we will see what happens. I have seen one judge has dropped in a score there. We do have one judge dropped in a decision. We're just waiting on the other two, taking their time now. Just making sure that they're seeing everything. And whoever wins here will come up against Cameron Mustard. So we will see what happens. Seeing Eric Lindqvist and Martinus Ostrika in the chat there. Hello guys, how are things? As we do get a decision here. Swipe them left. Oh, it's a one more time. There we go. So one more time. The crowd gets what they need. Gets what they want. We'll be going one more time between Noah Mlade and Charlie Hume. As we'll move them back to the line now. Just wait for them to reset, get tires. Our head judge Rise will just jump in and let them know what's gone on and say, hey, you're going one more time. This guy's just taking their time to get back to the line here. Maybe just having a quick chat with our judges. As I do see both of the guys there in the background, so they will warm their tires again. See Noah Mlade just there warming his tyres. Charlie Hume waiting patiently to do that as well. As we look back, Noah Mlade had an incredible round one as well. Did it very, very well. He is currently sitting. He was a hard charger last round as well, as far as I know. As our points table so far, I believe he is sitting quite high, so we will wait for the judges to illuminate that score sheet, or illuminate the lights here. Start line chicane. Noah Mlade to lead us out yet again. Charlie Hume to give chase. Let's see what happens with the second half of this battle. Just waiting ever so patiently. The guys really wanting to get going, I'd say. Not happy with it one more time either of these guys. They want to win it outright, so the audience is happy though. As we just still waiting for the judges to illuminate them lights. Do I want your spot for the rest of the season? No, I also had that issue, Eric, where I wouldn't qualify, so I decided that I'd commentate instead because it's much easier. As we get the lights to illuminate, Charlie Hume to chase in Noah Mlade. They initiate nice and early. Noah Mlade right on. There's Charlie Hume making contact there with Noah Mlade. Making some, getting very close there as he drops a little bit wide there, Noah, after that contact as they power across outer zone 3 and 4. Coming into the inside clip here. Noah not doing a bad job in the lead. Charlie Hume right there making every use of the good lead as we transition back here now. Noah Mlade onto outer zone 7. Charlie Hume right there in that R32 skyline as we work our way around to outer zone 8. Charlie Hume still on the back bumper of that 180SX as we cross the line here. We will send them back for the second half of this battle. As both guys make it back to the line here, now it'll be Noah Mlade to chase in Charlie Hume. As we get 3 green lights and a 4th, Noah Mlade to be towed out by Charlie Hume here as we initiate nice and early yet again. And Charlie Hume, late initiation there from him. Noah Mlade making contact there as well as Charlie Hume runs wide. As we transition back here now, we work it along to outer zone 3, transition back to 4. Noah Mlade leaving a little bit of a gap there, maybe just to say, hey, give the space, make a mistake again. As we transition back here now towards outer zone 7, bringing our way around to outer zone 8. Maybe another little bobble there from both guys as we transition across the line here now. Very interesting stuff here. As we look back at our replay for this, no censorship this time, Brandon, Patrick, you'll be delighted to know. But we get to see the whole story here as we maybe just get to see the start of that first battle, maybe, or the second battle. There was a very late initiation there from Charlie Hume, unfortunately. And hearing in the chat there that it was a misshift, and you can see there, just very late initiation, sends him very wide. Noah makes contact, not expecting Charlie to be a lot quicker there as well. And the hard charger of the season will get a Frontside Racing merchandise package from Frontside Racing as well. So big shout out to them. Noah Mlade currently in the lead for that as well. So he was hard charger last round. As we get to see the end there, as we get Swidem left for Noah Mlade, right for Charlie Hume, and Charlie Hume gets the win. Noah Mlade bowing out of competition there. Noah Mlade getting the win, as we got a misinterpretation there. Noah Mlade getting the win, moving through to top 16. Charlie Hume bowing out of competition there in the top 32. as we'll have a quick server reset here now before we move it on to the second half of our top 32.
till my speaker come. I'll keep going till my speaker come down. I'll keep going till my speaker come down.
Creo que estoy haciendo.
Back to top 32 here at round 2 of Scottish Virtual Drift Street Series, as we will head it on now to the second half of our top 32, where in this group Ricky Stoart will take on Braden Howard, Elijah Islas will have a bye run this time round, Ernestus Jacubas will take on Caden James, Andres Kleinbergs to take on Rasmus Malstrom. As you can see, our bracket so far, we have the left half all done. So you can see there in the top 16 who's taking on who, but that's not what we're worried about for now. We'll be worrying about our top 32 on the right hand of your screens there. You can see all of our drivers who will be doing battle. As we just getting everybody into the server ready to get set up and everything like that. They'll have their little, just make sure all their equipment is working fine. Make sure all the judges' equipment's working fine. And we will get going very, very shortly. Big thank you again to our sponsors. Our title sponsor being Strom Wheels. All of our cars running the Strom Wheels as well. You can see them there, beautiful DS35s on Robert's car and that 180SX carbon drift team car. Shout out to our other sponsors as well: DND Performance Interiors, Driftland, Mclellan Motorsport, Tsuji Collective, Number 26 Racing, Kaptured Media, Dill 3D, and Frontside Racing, along with 443 Motorsport there on the banners. As we just wait for our first battle of the day, or of this half of our top 32 rather. As I'm just waiting for the stream to unfreeze. So I'm on my end, guys, the stream is frozen. I cannot see what is going on. Okay, we have stream back. I can see now again. Sorry about the technical difficulties, guys. As we have on the line, it's Ricky Stoart to take on Braden Howard. I believe we've had the first half of this battle. Not sure how that went. As we get both guys just to line up again. As we'll wait for Rise to illuminate those start line lights yet again. Ricky Stoart to take on Braden Howard. As it'll be Ricky Stoart to chase in Braden this time round. As we get both guys in the carbon drifting 180SX, one with the pop-ups, one unpopped headlights as we initiate through. Ooh, a little bit wide there from Braden Howard as Ricky Stoart gives a little bit of a gap there, just lets Braden make his mistakes, and a little bit, and another massive mistake there from Braden as he shuts it down and resets. We make it, Ricky just finish out the run there, make sure he can get the full way around the track and complete it, so it's not a 0 for him on his end. And he will probably go along now to the top 16, provided the judges deem that is what happened. So we will just get confirmation from our judges. See both guys there. Carbon drifting 180SX, Ricky Stoart. Incredible drivers, done so much in the last while with other competitions like DCGP and here at SVDS. Talking to him outside as well, unbelievable stuff there from him, the amount of work, time and effort he put in to the sim and competing. Braden Howard obviously as well, a man who's been around a long time, as we get him swiping right for Ricky Stoart, right for Braden, or left for Braden Howard. Ricky Stoart moving through to the top 16. He'll be happy with that, knocking out his carbon drift teammate of Braden Howard. Unfortunately, we will see him back for next round, I believe, as we'll move it along to our next battle. It is Ernestus Jacubas to take on Caden James. So Ernestus Jacubas, the man that is like a robot when it comes to lead lines. Caden James, Wild Monkey team member. Caden is a good friend of mine. He's built a lot of my cars and spent a lot of time driving with him. So he is very, very good on the sim. I'm a big fan of the way he drives, but he does have to come up against Ernestus Jacubas. As you can see, Caden pulling to the line there. Just waiting for Ernestus to pull to the line as well. As I believe this actually might be a bye run. And it's Elijah Islas there, sorry, taking the bye run here. Unfortunately, his competitor not able to make it this round, this evening, so he will take a bye run, take a little bit of a practice lap around here as he goes to the inside clip there. Works his way around outer zone 6, transition back now towards outer zone 7 along the wall here. Very nicely done. Maybe his next competitor taking some notes here, just making sure, see how the lead line is, any mistakes that they can make note of, as he does a quick 360 as he crosses the line to finish out that. Now, Caden James to chase out Ernestus Jacubas. Caden is a man who loves going door to door. He's very, very aggressive when he wants to be, and I tell you, if I know Caden well, which I do, he's going to go very aggressive on this chase run. Ernestus Jacubas in front of him, a man who is unbelievable at lead runs, but he's incredible at chase runs as well. So if you're starting as a chase run against Ernestus, you really do have to go door to door and make sure that it's pinpoint accurate and perfect, which Caden is definitely going to attempt to do here in that Wild Monkeys S14, Ernestus in that PS13. We get the lights to illuminate, green light go, as Caden James leaves the line behind Ernestus Jacubas. Flicks in, nice and close there as he goes right to the door to S13 there. Very nice from Caden James as we transition now from outer zone 2 to 3. Right bumper to bumper. Caden James pushing that S13 around here as we transition back now again, make our way into the inside clip. Ernestus Jacubas not doing anything wrong here, running A-lines everywhere as we transition now again towards outer zone 7. Working our way around. Caden James pushing on the door, the S13. Incredible stuff here from Caden, the Wild Monkeys driver, as we transition back now across the line. We will get them to move their way back towards the start line so we can run the second half of this battle. Very interesting there. Few bobbles from Caden in the chase, but he was extremely aggressive. Exactly what I would have expected from Caden in that battle. So we will see what happens in the second half of this. We know Ernestus is an incredible chase driver as well, so he'll take just a second to maybe look at a spotter's note or two. And Caden seems to be rewarming his tires for some reason. Not really sure what his plan is there. as we wait for the start line lights to reset. Ernestus just backs up a little bit as we get the lights to illuminate. Caden James leaves the start line chicane. Ernestus right there on the back bumper of the S14 as he initiates nice and early. Caden as they come through outer zone 1. Big angle there from Caden James as Ernestus falls back a bit but makes a dive nice and early up onto the doors. We transition now coming through outer zone 3. Ernestus Jacubas right on the back bumper of the S14 on every transition, working our way into the inside clip and inner clip 5 here, working around now to outer zone 6, transition back towards outer zone 7 along the wall. Ernestus Jacubas doing an incredible job in the chase here, very, very smooth and tidy from Ernestus as he starts to push that S14. Oh, and maybe just a straighten up there before the line from Ernestus Jacubas. Judges maybe having a quick look at that as well, but let's compare the leads and chases here side by side. You can see off initiation, Caden would have been a little bit closer, but not as clean as we work our way through here. Ernestus on your right hand side of the screen in the chase, bumper to bumper every single transition, but Caden just that little bit closer throughout the mid-drift section. You can see there though. Let's have a look on your right hand side of the screen as we move towards the last bit of the run. Does Ernestus Jacubas straighten out before? Possibly. Maybe judges might have a quick look at that. Maybe just getting caught on the end of the transition there from Caden James. Aren't too sure yet, as we'll take a closer look at this now. Some people in the chat saying definitely straight, but it's not over till the judges call it. Caden doing an incredible job in the lead here too, so Caden wanting to move, take down Ernestus and move through to the top 16. So let's watch here. Yeah, maybe you can see both sides of that argument there. You can see Ernestus not really being able to transition, but at the same time, judges wanting to see both cars transition across the line there. So maybe, I'm not too sure. We'll have to see what the judges make of that one. This is why I'm not a judge. I prefer the judges to make that call themselves, because that is the difference between a lot of things here, because Ernestus is in a championship hunt right now as well, even though it's only after round 1. He had an incredible round 1. So we will have to see what happens there as we get the side-by-side up again. You can see Caden's chase run here. There were a few bobbles, but you can he definitely does just trust the lead line there of Ernestus. As the judge is still deliberating this one, not one decision being dropped in yet, so we will have to see. Judges still deliberating this one. They're definitely going to have a closer look at this. They've got a lot more data than you could ever imagine too. They've every bit of telemetry from both cars. They can see the lines of pretty much slow it down to milliseconds and look through it. They can see everything so much. And just seeing in the chat here, Caden James in the chat saying, I thought I broke my steering. I hit the invisible wall. He says lol, so I think he's in a good mood. We will see what happens though. Judge is still trying to make a call here. And so that's why. So Caden James did do a little bit of burnout and just a few donuts in before the second half of this run, because he hit an invisible wall and thought he broke his steering. So that's why he was doing all of that. That makes a lot more sense now. I was very concerned for what he thought was going on there. That wasn't a first run of the practice run at all. So try avoid them invisible walls, drivers. You can't see them, but they're there. As we're still waiting for the judges here. Definitely having a massive deliberation. Gonna see, can I get the judges' call on this explained, because that is definitely something that will have to be explained to everybody, including myself, because I'd really like to see their view on it and how they thought about it, as we do get one decision dropped in so far from one of the judges. We will see what the other two judges drop in their scores to be. Obviously just having another little look there. That's a second judge dropping in there. So just waiting for the third judge to drop in the score. As we do have all three dropping in, we do have a decision. So swiping left for Caden James, right for Ernestus Jacubas. And one more time. No, I believe it is actually Caden James getting the win there. So Caden James taking out Ernestus Jacubas, moving on to the top 16. Incredible stuff. He'll be delighted with that. Ernestus unfortunately bowing out of competition in top 32 there. Very, very nice battle between both these guys. These guys have both been around for a good few seasons as well. So I believe, are we getting a judge in here? So we are going to get a judge to explain this, and Tyres here to explain that call to us.
So to put it short, it's because Ernestus shut down in his chase before the finish line.
Okay, and it was in briefing, you guys said that you wanted to see both cars transition across the line, was essentially what I gathered. Okay, and that deemed Ernestus' run at a 0 then, essentially.
Yes, it pretty much completed his chase when he straightened out before that finish line, and we were looking to see if there was any reason for it. There is. He was coming in quite hot when they were shelling up a little bit of angle through clip 7 to 8, and Ernestus seemed to just go in a bit too deep in the chase and caught himself up there, and he shut down before that finish line.
Okay, thank you very much, Tyre, for that explanation. Definitely makes a lot more sense to myself now as well. Hopefully makes sense to you guys in the stream chat as well, as we will go back to the line here for our next battle. It'll be Andres Kleinbergs to take on Rasmus Malstrom. As you can see them on the line, Andres Kleinbergs, that RT Riga driver, versus Rasmus Malstrom, a man who has been, let's be honest, he had a really nice round one as well. Saw him in round one as well. As we get the green lights to go, Rasmus Malstrom in tow behind Andres Kleinbergs, as Andres initiates very early. Big gap there between the E46 and the E92 as they work their way around outer zone 2 here. They'll transition back towards outer zone 3 as the gap starts to shorten down now, and the E92 starts to push onto the back bumper of the E46. Andres Kleinberg's not putting a foot wrong here in the lead position. Rasmus Malstrom trying to apply the pressure to the door of the E46, makes it a big dive here through outer zone 7 as they work their way around the final corner, through the final clip and across the line. Rasmus trying to make the most out of that, but that E46 of Andres Kleinbergs is incredibly fast. He has that car very well set up, understood these physics from Tsuji very, very well. We saw it as well last round. Andres was quite fast in that car, so definitely taking what he learned in Driftland and bringing it across to this PETA track. As we wait for the lights to reset here now yet again. We get 3 lights and a green light, so we will send them down. Rasmus Malstrom to lead out Andres Kleinbergs as they initiate nice and early up onto the wall of outer zone 1, working their way around to outer zone 2. You can see the front wheels locking there from Andres Kleinbergs as they transition back now towards outer zone 3. Andres tapping the door, the E92, as a late transition there from Andres, just getting caught up there, making his way back onto the door of the E92 though, as they come around outer zone 6, transition back now to 7. Andres trying to make up as much proximity there as he can. A little bit of a bobble in the lead there from Rasmus Malstrom as they come across the final clip, transition across the line. We will send them back to the decision area and we will get the judges to make their call as we get a side-by-side comparison of the battle here. We'll wait for the judges to drop in their scores. You can see the side-by-side there. It's interesting to see the difference in the chase driving, because obviously both very different size cars. The E46 slightly smaller than that E92. As I'm seeing Simon Sandman in the chat there. How you doing, Simon? How are things? Yeah, definitely. This would have been your round, Simon. This is your track. As we just still wait for the judges to break down this decision here. We're having a little bit of deliberation in the judging booth at the moment. As you can see, our sponsors there on the bottom of your screen: DND Performance Interior, Dill Designs, Strom Wheels, our title sponsor, Mclellan Motorsport, another one of our sponsors, Kaptured Media, Driftland, Number 26 Racing, Tsuji Collective, and Frontside Racing. So big shout out to them. Thank you for being sponsors of the championship. We would not be able to do this without you guys. You can see all of the sponsors' banners dotted around the track here as well. As we get a replay here of Rasmus, that big gap at the start there, but you can see the dive here. Does an incredible job, transitions back here, makes the dive up onto the door, the E46 of Anders Kleinbergs, and tends to keep the proximity fairly consistent throughout the rest of the run. There wasn't any like massive dives. There was one just here, but then once he makes that dive, doesn't make another one, just kind of sits there and is happy with the proximity, just mimics the lead driver, the angle and line as best he can. As we have a look back now at the other half of the battle, you see Anders Kleinbergs right a little bit closer off entry 1 and 2. Now the judges are saying section 1 and section 2, clip 1 and clip 2, are a very heavy scoring area, and you can see there's a little drop back there from Anders Kleinbergs, but he's a little bit closer overall in all sections of the track, but a little bit less shallow on the angle in sections there. There was that little bit of a bobble there in the lead from Rasmus Malstrom, and then they came across the line. So we will see what the judges made of this one. We do get a decision: left for Rasmus Malstrom, right for Anders Kleinbergs. And Anders Kleinbergs moves through to the top 16. He will come up against Caden James, I believe. I think that's... Yep, so he will come up against Caden James in the top 16, as we'll get a quick server reset here before we you can see there. So there's our battle tree working out there. So that last spot there in our top 16 being filled out by Anders Kleinbergs, that RT Riga driver, and it'll be Ricky Stoart to take on Elijah Islas. Elijah getting that bye run. Ernestus Podolkas not showing up for top 32, unfortunately. As we'll just take a quick couple of seconds here to get everybody back into the server for our next group.
till my speaker calm. I'll keep going till my speaker calm. I'll keep going till my speaker calm.
Creo que estoy haciendo
Hello and welcome back to Scottish Virtual Drift Series, round 2 of our street series here in Sweden, the PITA drag strip, where we will be coming into our last quarter of our top 32 here. Ahmed Alhamadi to take on James Estrella for the first battle, followed by Kasparis Jusius to take on Virgil Choset, Nico Stella to take on Carlos Bazinskas, Rodrigo Carvalho to take on Hassan Selik, as we go to our first battle on the line there. It is Ahmed Alhamadi to take on James Estrella. You can see James Estrella there in that Carbon Drift Team 180SX. and Ahmed Alhamadi in the other black 180SX there to lead us out the first time round here. Both these guys doing a nice job there. Ahmed Alhamadi qualifying third yesterday with a 92.3. James Estrella, though, down the order, 30th position with an 83. Still by no means a bad score at all in qualifying, as we're just waiting for our judge Rise to come in the semaphore there, our start line lights. Not really too sure where he is. Ah, there he is. He has appeared. As our semaphore now tries to warm its tires. As we lose Ahmed Alhamadi, so not really too sure what's going on here. Just waiting for Ahmed to come back to the line here now as we get a reset from both drivers. As both guys just warm up their tires here now, just make sure that everything is in tip-top shape. Make sure they have some heat in the tires for some grip. Ahmed Alhamadi not doing that though, as we have both guys on the line here now. Ahmed Alhamadi to lead out James Estrella as we wait for the start line lights to illuminate. Everybody is in position as we get the last light to illuminate. Ahmed Alhamadi coming out through the start line chicane. James Estrella in tow as we initiate before the wall. Nice and early there, but a little bit of a separation there between both guys. Ahmed Alhamadi running that lovely line from 1 to 2, transitions back to 3 here now, but the gap is still there as we transition now to 4 into inner clip 5. The gap closes now. The big dive made there over a couple of sections there from James Estrella as we transition now towards outer zone 7. James Estrella trying to reel in the 180SX of Ahmed Alhamadi, gets there in the end, still trying to get a little bit closer as they cross the line. Maybe not the chase run that James Estrella wanted there. Ahmed Alhamadi, an incredibly fast driver, so having to deal with that. It was James Estrella, as we'll get them back to the line here now to swap them around for the second half of this battle. James Estrella will lead us out this time round. As we get the start line lights to reset there, we'll get them to illuminate. Get there, 3 lights, 4 lights, off they go. Ahmed Alhamadi in chase here. James Estrella to lead us out as they initiate again into outer zone 1 along the wall. Ahmed Alhamadi, a little bit of a separation there, but makes up the proximity a little bit quicker than James did in the chase as we work our way around now to outer zone 3. Ahmed right there on the back end of the 180SX as he forces his 180SX up onto the door through inner clip 5, coming around now this long corner towards outer zone 7, and the longest section on this track is 728 as Ahmed Alhamadi right there on the side of the Carbon Drift Team 180SX as they cross the line. And the judges will have to make up their mind on that one there, as I see a judge dropping in a score already. We will get a quick replay of that side by side as we wait for the other judges to drop in their scores. You see both runs, first run on our left and the second run on our right. Ahmed Alhamadi just having that little bit more proximity throughout, I feel. Very clean from both drivers as well, very fluid, very smooth. It's exactly what the judges are looking for, but judges will have to be looking for everything, not just fluidity and how smooth they are. They'll want to see how many dives that they have to make, how many little bobbles that they have, checkups, all that kind of stuff, as we do get a second judge dropping in a score here now, just waiting on our third and final judge to put in a decision. As we're just waiting on the last judge here now, it is tired to drop in that score, as we do get a score in. Swipe him left for James Estrella, right for Ahmed Alhamadi, and Ahmed Alhamadi is going through to the top 16. James Estrella bowing out of competition there, unfortunately, in top 32. As we'll move it along, Kasparas Jusius to take on Virgil Choset for our next battle here. As we'll just get them to line up. You see them coming to the line there, the Carbon Drift team driver there, Kasparas Jusius, I believe. Virgil Choset in that red E92. I believe that's a Carbon Drift team S13, if I'm not mistaken. As we get the lights to illuminate here, Kasparas Jusius to lead us out first time round. It isn't the Carbon Drift team, I do apologise. As we come through outer zone 1 here along the wall, look at the proximity here from Virgil Choset in the door bangers E92 as he works his way onto the door, the S13 transition again here. Let's see how he does through the inner clip of inner clip 5, gets right there onto the side of the S13 as we make our way now towards outer zone 7, another transition. The proximity here from Virgil Choset is unbelievable. Look at this as he's very, very clean onto the side of that S13. Leaves a little bit of a gap and there's enough room to transition. There is a lot of transitions on this track. A lot of drivers maybe just leaving that little bit of a gap just to make sure that they're not taking out the lead driver too quickly. They never want to take out the lead driver, but leaving that gap is quite a smart move. But so long as you're able to make up the proximity yet again, as we get the lights to re-illuminate here, we get 4 lights on, and we'll have Virgil Choset to lead out Kasparas Jusius this time around as they initiate nice and early there. Kasparas trying to work his way up onto the door, the E92. Nice big target is that door as they transition back now towards outer zone 3. Kasparas trying to bring the proximity up onto the E92, doing a very nice job. He's right on the front wheel through inner clip 5, coming through outer zone 6 here now, deals with the transition on the back bumper, makes a little bit of a dive back up onto the door. Look at the proximity here from Kasparas, very, very nice from him as we work our way around the final corner across the line. Incredible stuff there from both guys. The lead from Virgil Choset was unbelievable. Kasparas Jusius doing a very nice job in the chase, using that good lead to his advantage. Proximity was very nice through this entire battle, but Kasparas's chase there was very, very technical, very nice. Dropped back at the perfect point and made the dive onto the door at the perfect point. Was very, very fluid with it. As we just wait for judges to drop in scores this time round. They'll have a little bit of deliberation about this, make sure that they're not missing anything. It's the last thing they want to do is make the wrong call. As we just wait for them to get this in. Very interesting to see how long it's taken them to break this battle down, because they're love to know what they're talking about there. So they're talking about inner clip 5 here, the only inner clip on the track. So talking about a driver missed an inner clip at one of the runs. Yeah, I think it was Kasparas Jusius, unfortunately missing on his lead there. Just missed the inner clip. So maybe that affecting the turnout of this. But his chase was very, very good. So just deliberating a few mistakes and who made more, and really who's going to come out on top of this. Like, we can still go one more time with this if needed, but judges really just wanting to make a call if they can. Splitting hairs is definitely part of their forte, and you can see that there on the left hand side of your screen as we get a full view of it. We do have one judge dropping in a score here As you can see, very nice proximity from Virgil Choset off the rip here, and you transition right on the back bumper of the S13. But watch now as we come through here, watch the lead driver does actually miss that inner clip. It's a touch and go area, so you do have to just pass your front wheels through that zone. You do not have to go and like just clip it. You have to pass both your front wheels through that zone, is what the judges were pointing out in briefing. So again, if you guys are interested, you can go and watch the briefing video. I believe it is up on YouTube. And then on top of that, if you guys want to have a go at driving these cars, you can join the championship. There are a few round tickets left. You will be able to join and compete against some of these guys if you feel like you are up to it, and you can qualify too. So do be sure to go on to our website and join the Discord to see if you can compete. As we get in the replays here, you see Kasper's Jusius doing an incredible job, as we do actually have a decision here. Swipe him left for Virgil Choset, right for Kasper's Jusius. And it's Kasper's Jusius getting the win there, moving on to the top 16. Unfortunately, Virgil Choset bowing out of competition as we move it along to our second last battle of top 32. It's Nico Stella to take on Carlos Bazinskis. As Nico Stella in that purple E92 repping that Heinz E team. And Carlos Bazinskis, the UARTA driver, the FTW crew, used to be, I think he's actually an FTW driver in that E92. So this is E92, all E92 battle here, as Carlos Bazinskis is to chase Nico Stella out first. Nico Stella, a man who's really proving himself recently, won around the final round of DCGP during the week there, is having a very good week so far. And he will be wanting to take top spot here as well. As we get the lights to illuminate, Nico Stella will lead us out of the start line chicane as Carlos Bazinskis initiates in behind him. That UARTA E92 there, as Nico Stella doing an incredible big entry there along outer zone 1 as we transition back now to outer zone 2. Carlos Bazinskis trying to push up onto the door. Nico Stella, as we transition back again now, trying to make that dive, and he does just that, gets up onto the pocket of Nico Stella's E90, transitioning back now for outer zone 7, does another dive, gets right there, manages to stop that E92 right in the pocket, following Nico Stella perfectly around this track. Unbelievable stuff. Very, very nice there. Very good chase run, but the lead was impeccable as well, as we'll send them back for the second half of this run. Nico Stella will give chase this time round, and Nico Stella is a man who is very good at some aggressive chasing, so he will definitely be wanting to go close right off the rip here when those lights go green. As we wait for the lights to reset there, we'll get them to illuminate. 1 light, 2 light, 3 lights, and 4 lights. We'll send them down. Carlos Bazinskis to lead us out this time. Nico Stella to give chase. Initiates nice and early along the outer zone 1 wall. And look at this from Nico Stella. Unbelievable stuff right on the door of Carlos Bazinskis as we transition now. Nico Stella going to want to make a little bit of a dive here up onto the door of the E92 as we transition back again to outer zone 4 into inner clip 5. Gets back on the door, does Nico Stella, working our way around this Swedish Pika track here. Around to outer clip 7. Look at Nico Stella. Unbelievable stuff right on the pocket of the E92, pushing Carlos Bazinskis around this Swedish track. Unbelievable stuff. As we will send them to the decision area and see, can we get a decision from the judges nice and quick here. I doubt it. They like to take their time, but we'll get a replay side by side here to break it down. You see right off the rip there, Nico Stella much closer, but in sections here, he does drop back as well, and maybe just leaving that room for transition, but doing a very, very tidy job was both guys in leads and chases. Very nice battle here overall. Something for the judges definitely to pick apart as we get one judge to drop in a score. Just waiting for other two judges to drop in a score here. Waiting very, very patiently. The guys will be looking back at the runs there. The drivers, they will look back themselves. Maybe talk to a spotter and see what they thought. But we will see what happens. We do get another judge dropping in a decision there, so we will see what our third judge makes of it, and we will go to a decision once that drops in there. And we do have the decision swiping left for Nico Stella, right for Carlos Bazinskis. And 1, 2, 3 for Nico Stella will be Nico Stella going through to the top 16. Unfortunately for Carlos, that will be the end of his night, and he will be hopefully back for round 3. As we go back to the line now, our next battle, our final battle of the top 32, is Rodrigo Carvalho to take on Hassan Selik. Rodrigo, a teammate of mine at Wild Monkeys. Very, very good driver. Rodrigo maybe wasn't there at the start of, well, was definitely there at the start of SVDS, but taking a little bit of time off as he is back now and definitely wants to prove a point. As we have both the guys on the line here, Rodrigo to lead us out this time around, Hassan Selik to give chase. As we get all the green lights, send them down here. Rodrigo Carvalho to lead us in here. That carbon drift streamer of Hassan Selik in that E92 to get right up onto the door. The S14 of the Wild Monkeys driver transition back here now. Rodrigo wanted to push very hard in that lead position, try run away a little bit, but not going anywhere is Hassan Selik as we come through inner clip 5 and outer zone 6. Let's see what happens here on transition and a long corner. Will Hassan push up onto the door, the S15? Or the S14 rather. No, a little bit of a gap there. Getting slightly caught up was Hassan as we transition across the line here. Very interesting there. Rodrigo Carvalho gonna have to do a nice clean chase run here. As we get them back to the line here, Rodrigo into the chase lane, Hassan into the lead. We'll get them lights to reset. As you can see, Hassan with the blinkers on. We just wait for Rise to reset them lights. As we do get the reset there, 1 light, 2 light, 3 lights and 4 lights. We'll send them down. Hassan leaves the start line chicane. Rodrigo Carvalho getting left behind a bit. Oh, interesting big gap here as he makes a massive dive, runs a bit wide as he tries to hunt for the door. The E92 now gets there eventually, but a little bit too little too late maybe, as he does do an incredible job to stay on the side of the E92. Very, very nice there. Does actually make contact through there, I think, pushing Hassan a little bit wide as he gets back up onto the door, the E92 in that S14. Fair play to him for actually getting there again. Look at this. The aggression from Rodrigo is unbelievable. Very, very nice run. Very good recovery there from Rodrigo Carvalho. As we'll just have a quick look at our replay here side by side as the judges start to break that one down. You see there the initiation was a little bit off from Rodrigo, maybe just missed the gear on the way up. Does incredible to get onto the door again though. So we will see what the judges made of this one, because it's interesting to see none of them have actually dropped in any scores yet, so it means they are having a look at something. What that something is. Okay, so I'm being told that they're trying to see what happened with Rodrigo at the start of that run. As we do have a choice dropped in by one of the judges, one of the decisions dropped in there. So just wait for the other two to drop in their scores. Yeah, you missed Nico. He did progress through to the top 16 though. You'll be delighted to know. As we just wait here to see what's going on. With that, we're still waiting for two judges to drop in their scores. We do have 2 scores and 3 scores dropped in there. We will go to our decision. Swipe him right for Hassan Selick, right for Rodrigo Carvalho. And all 3 judges go for Hassan Selick. And that will be him progressing through to the top 16. And we will have a look at our top 16 bracket. So there you are. There you have it. Mustafa Amini to take on Ahmed Alabaga. Vidas Apelia to take on Emilis Velica, both of those FTW drivers. Darius Ostrojka to take on Peter Nemeth. Cameron Mustard to take on the young gun Noah Mlade. Ricky Stoart to take on Elijah Islas. Caden James to take on Andres Kleinbergs. Ahmed Alhamadi to take on Kasparis Jusius. Nico Stella to take on Hassan Selick. So that is your top 16. We're going to go to a short break, and we will be back with your top 16 very soon.
To my speaker combo. To my speaker speaker combo. I'll keep going till my speaker combo. I'll keep going till my speaker combo.
Creo que estoy haciendo
Hello and welcome back to Scottish Virtual Drift Series Round 2. This is a street series brought to you by Strom Wheels. We're back for your top 16 here, where we have a stacked top 16. We're just after an unbelievable top 32 and some big names being knocked out there. You can see the bracket up on your screens. The big one for me in particular, Ernestus Jacubas being knocked out by Wild Monkeys rider Caden James. He'll take on Andres Kleinbergs from RT Riga. Just above him, before him though, we'll have Ricky Stoart versus Elijah Islas. Elijah having a bye run through to the top 16. His opponent not there for his top 32 battle. But starting with our first battle, be Mustafa Amini to take on Ahmed Al-Subaga here. So we have them on the line. Mustafa Amini in the lead position, Ahmed Al-Subaga in the chase. As we just wait for our head judge rise to illuminate the start line lights. You can see on our start line there all of our sponsors. Our title sponsor, Strom Wheels, our other sponsors as well that support the series as well: DND Interiors, Driftland, Mclellan Motorsport, number 26 Racing. As we get the lights to illuminate there, Mustafa Amini to lead out, Ahmed Alabaga as we initiate in. Look at the proximity off the rip here from Ahmed. Unbelievable stuff in that 180SX, locking up them front wheels to maintain that proximity and not make contact with the IS200 as they transition around now towards outer zone 4 and into inner clip 5. Look at the proximity here from Ahmed. Unbelievable, as Mustafa not putting a foot wrong here. That's why he's your top qualifier from yesterday, doing a very nice lead run here is Mustafa Amini as we come around now towards the final section around outer zone 8 and across the line here. Very, very nice job. As we go back to the start line here, we'll switch them around. Ahmed Alabaga will lead us out this time around. Mustafa Amini will chase. And that was very, very good there from both drivers. I believe that is actually your first place qualifier and your 17th place qualifier there, as we have a car on the start line here that's not meant to be there. We're waiting for the second half of this battle. So one of our drivers getting confused there for our next battle, getting too excited going for his battle, as we still have half this battle to run. It'll be Mustafa to chase out Ahmed this time round. Mustafa Amini wanting to go door to door to make up an advantage here. As we wait for the start lines to go, they go green. Here we go. Mustafa Amini to chase out Ahmed Alabaga as we initiate in nice and early there, up onto the wall, outer zone 1. Look at the dive here from Mustafa, unbelievable. Doesn't make contact with Ahmed in the 180SX as we transition back now towards outer zone 3. And back again now to outer zone 4, working our way in. Look at the proximity in the IS200 from Mustafa. Unbelievable stuff as we come around now to the last section of track. Outer zone 7, the proximity doesn't even make sense from Mustafa Amini, but Ahmed Alabaga doing an incredible job in the lead position here, running a 100-point qualifying run. Very, very nice there. Judges gonna have to pick that battle apart to bits, because this is going to be a very hard one. It was a very close battle there. Proximity on both ends was perfect. Both these guys heavy hitters as well. Well-known guys to be incredible lead drivers and incredible chase drivers. So you put both of them together, you're going to have a very hard battle to call, especially on such a tight layout like this with a lot of transitions and stuff. There's going to be a lot of dives, and that can open up the door for some mistakes as well, but not a huge amount of mistakes in this run, in this battle at all. So we will see what the judges come up with. As a look at the entry there from Mustafa Amini in the IS200, unbelievable, very, very fast, very high angle. That first section there between 1 and 2, clips 1 and 2, is one of the highest marked zones on the track. So if you're close there and you're on the right line, you're going to be getting some good points from the judges. You're going to be in their good books, and both of those guys showing on both runs doing exactly that. Like, very, very nice. As we get to finishing off that run there, as we go to our second half of the battle here. Look at the chase here from Mustafa. Unbelievable. Not as much angle on entry in the lead from Ahmed, but look at the dives here from Mustafa Amini. There's a little bit of a gap there, but makes it up on the transition here. Maybe just leaving that gap just so he doesn't get caught up on transition. But we are starting to get decisions dropping in here now from the judges, and we will go to the decision just after, as we swipe them left for Ahmed Alabaga, right for Mustafa Amini, and all three judges unanimously go for Mustafa Amini moving through to the top 8. And unfortunately, that will mean Ahmed Alabaga will be out in top 16. We'll see him back for next round as we'll move along to our next battle. It is Vidas Sepelia to take on Emilis Velica. It's an all FTW battle here for the win team there. These guys, big heavy hitters in this championship, ones to watch for sure as we have them on the line ready to go. You can see Vidas was actually the one in the way there the second half of the last battle. He's raring to go, definitely wanting to get this battle over and done with. As we get the lights to reset, we'll wait for them to illuminate yet again from Rise. As we get the lights to go green, it is Vidas to chase out, or sorry, it's Emilis Velica to take on, to chase out Vidas here. As look at the proximity from Emilis off the rip here, incredible stuff. As you think maybe a bit of contact there coming out of that zone as we transition back now towards outer zone 4, coming through inner clip 5 here. Look at the proximity from Emilis Velica, very, very nice in that S13 as we transition back now. Both FTW drivers doing a very nice job. As look at the proximity, it's unbelievable. You couldn't fit a sheet of paper between these guys as we finish off the run. Very, very nice from both of these guys. As we move it back to the second half of this battle, we'll get them back to the start line there. We'll switch them around. It will be Vidas to chase in this time around. As we get the lights reset, we get the first, second, third, and the fourth light. We'll send them down the track. Emilis Velica leaves the start line chicane, initiates in nice and early. Big Scandi flick entry here from Emilis Velica, maybe just taking Vidas by surprise as we work our way around outer zone 2, transition back towards outer zone 3. Vidas trying to make a dive onto the side of the S13 here, maybe not the proximity he wanted to be a little bit closer as he comes through inner clip 5 here, makes up the ground as we work our way around through the center section of the track and around towards outer zone 7. Big gap opened up but closed very quickly from Vidas in the E92, but Emilis Velica not putting a foot wrong here in the lead position. And I think this might be a very clear-cut decision for the judges. Unfortunately, a lot of mistakes, I think, in Vidas's chase there, as both RTW drivers park up. As we get a side-by-side comparison here of the runs, ready to win. Very nice from both drivers, incredible. Emilis Velica, definitely one that's been on everybody's mind when it comes to sim drifting recently, and same with Vidas. Both of these guys have been competing through a couple of championships, including DCGP earlier on this week. So we will see what happens with the judges here. They're breaking this down. They'll have a bit of deliberation about this. They'll have a chat about the mistakes and what actually happened in the second and the first half of this battle. They'll spot mistakes that nobody else will spot. They'll have this in slow motion. We're looking at telemetry to see, was there early braking, was there late braking, was there a bit of an issue on the line, and was there maybe, who knows, braking in the lead where there shouldn't have been, setting off the chase driver. Something that I think they're going to look at though is that entry in the lead of Emilis Velica, because you can see at the very start he does this big Scandi flick that nobody else has done so far, and that might have just upset Vidas a little bit. I'm not too sure how the judges will look at that. They were saying that a little bit of a flick entry, clutch kick entry is what they're looking for, but they wanted to kind of be one fluid motion. So I'm not too sure if that was a mistake on Emilis Velica's part or if it was on purpose, but we have one judge dropping in a decision here. Look at the proximity off the rip there from Emilis Velica in the S13. I know he's a big target of that door, the E92. It's a massive moving target. Very easy to aim for, but incredible stuff there. To get that car stopped and just park it in the pocket of the E92 is very, very impressive, and this man is definitely one to watch for the future. He's definitely going to be a champion at some point. What championship that's going to be, we don't know yet. It might even be this one. We just wait for the judges to drop in the rest of their scores here. So I'm being told that they are allowed to use the full track. That was a mistake on the part of the E92 as we go to a decision here. Parker and Ty swipe for Emilis Velica, and Rise stays in the middle. He's one more time, so Emilis Velica by split decision getting the vote there to go through to the top 8 as we'll move it along to the next battle here. It'll be Darius Ostrojka to take on Peter Nemeth. As we just wait for the guys to get ready, you can see Darius Ostrojka in that PS13 there, the RTW team. His two teammates battling it out in the last battle to come up against Peter Nemeth there. You can see him warming his tyres in that Carbon Drift Team 180SX. As we get both of them to the line, we'll get them to reset them lights. As we wait for them to get the lights to leave the line here. Just waiting to make sure the judges are all ready to go. We get the lights to leave the line here. Emilis, or Darius Ostrojka even, to lead us out first time round. Peter Nemeth to chase in, and Peter's got to trust the line. And Darius Ostrojka here gets up onto the door of the S13 as we transition back now for outer zone 3. Peter Nemeth's going to want to make up a little bit of ground here as we transition back here now towards outer zone 4, and inner clip 5 gets onto the front wheel of the S13 and that 180SX as we transition back now. The lead line from Darius Ostrojka is perfect the full way around. Ooh, and a bit of a bobble. Maybe that was just lag there from Darius Ostrojka, but doing an incredible job as Peter Nemeth in the chase position here as they cross the line and move back for the second half of this battle. As we get them back to the line here. Just waiting for the lights to reset. As we get them to reset, we get 4 lights to illuminate, and we will send them down the track. Darius Ostrojka to chase out Peter Nemeth here as they initiate out into outer zone 1. Darius Ostrojka looking for the door, the RPS 13. There's a little bit of a gap there as he transitions up, and we're going to make a dive onto the door of the 180SX. So we transition again here now. This is where he was going to push up really hard now, and he does just that. Gets into the pocket of the 180SX. And transitions back here now onto the wall at clip 7. Lovely from Darius Ostrojka. Maybe a little bit of contact there. Falls out of angle, shallows up to get back up onto the 180SX as he transitions and cross the line here. Very interesting. The judges will have to have a quick look at that last section on the chase run there from Darius. There was a little bit of contact, I believe. We will see what the judges break that down as. They will look at everything. Maybe there was a bit of braking there from Peter in the lead that we can't see, and Darius was just adjusting for that maybe. We don't know. I think there was a bit of contact there though. Darius driving very, very aggressively. Definitely wanting to do well in this championship. He always has done. Actually winning the Pro Series at one point. So a man who definitely wants to continue his streak in SVDS as one of the best in the championship. But Peter Nemeth, a man who definitely wants to make a name for himself and take Darius Ostrojka off that big spot that he has, take him out of the spotlight and say, look, I'm the new guy now. As we just wait to see judges, they're still talking. Not one decision dropped into the score sheets yet. Wonder what they're trying to look at here. We'll see. We'll try to get that information for you. You see Peter maybe in sections there just dropping back a little bit, but overall not doing a bad job, keeping it nice and fluid, making dives. very nicely reeling in nice and slowly, not making an over-exaggerated dive, keeping it nice and fluid. So doing exactly what the judges wanted there. This is exactly what they were saying in briefing. But this section here from 1 to 2 is the heavily marked area, and you really want to be close and on the same line, mimicking that lead driver there. And Darius not really too close there. He is within a car length, but would want to be right on the door of the 180SX. So we will see what happens here. Are we going to see another heavy hitter taken out here? We saw Ernestus Jacubas taken out by Caden James earlier on. Could we see Darius Ostrojka being taken out by Peter Nemeth here? We can still go one more time here as well. That is another option. So we will see what the judges make of this. Definitely breaking down a lot of stuff here, a lot to unpack in this. And again, guys, if you have any questions or queries, do put them into the chat. We will try read them and get back to you guys with answers. And if you want to drive in SVDS, you can still get tickets there on our website. You can click the link on any of our social media channels, including the YouTube, and it'll bring you to the website and you can sign up for the next round. All you have to do, pay a little bit of money, it's a very small amount, and you can be on the grid for as quick as next round, round 3. It's coming up very, very soon as well. I believe in the next month. As I just get that date here for round 3, yeah. So 23rd and 24th of May is that SVDS round 3. So we're still just waiting on judges to drop in scores. So I'm just getting some information in my ear here. Still just waiting to hear. We do start to get some decisions dropping in here. We're just waiting on one more judge. He should be dropping in soon. As I think we do have a decision here. So swiping left for Darius Ostrojka, right for Peter Nemeth. And it'll be a one more time, and that was actually by split decision as well. So 2 judges going for one more time, and one of our judges actually going over for Peter Nemeth there. So split decision. But we will go back to the line and rerun this battle. Judges not able to split that one at all. So we will get them back to the line. Peter Nemeth to chase out Darius Ostrojka yet again. Both those guys will clean up what they did in the first battle and say, right, what went wrong, what went right. Let's see what happens here as we get the lights to extinguish. We'll get them to illuminate again. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, and the 4th will illuminate. We'll get them to lead the line. Darius Ostrojka to lead us out. Peter Nemeth to give chase as they initiate into outer zone 1 here along the wall. Peter Nemeth right on the door of the S13. Incredibly aggressive from Peter Nemeth as we transition here on the back bumper. Peter Nemeth's going to have to make a dive here again through this transition, and he does just that. Gets up onto the door, the RTW driver Darius Ostrojka, as we work our way around outer zone 6, transition back towards 7. Darius Ostrojka in an incredible lead line here as we get some some lag and some contact there. Very interesting. So judges will have to break this down. Not easy for the judges this time round either, so we will see what happens there. As we get them to go back to the line, we'll switch them around again. It'll be Darius Ostrojka to chase out Peter Nemeth this time around. As we get Darius Striker back to the line here now, he just lines himself up. As we get the lights to extinguish really quickly and reset. Just taking their time here, maybe just discussing something. As you can see, all our sponsors on the banners. As we get the start line there to illuminate, 3 lights. Oh, and we get a reverse. Oh, and we're good to go. I think we leave the start line there. Peter Nemeth to lead out. Darius Ostrika as we initiate onto the wall. Very, very aggressive initiation there from Peter Nemeth, but Darius Ostrika dealing with it well as we transition now towards outer zone 3. Darius Ostrika pushing onto the 180SX as we come back now again, making our way into the inner clip here. Very nice through there, very clean. As Darius Ostrika pushing up onto the door, Peter Nemeth here trying to make as much ground as possible. A little bit of a wobble there as he surged up onto the door. Matt to slow down a little bit, left foot brakes. We transition and go across the finish line yet again. Judges will have to just break that down, pick it apart piece by piece and see what happened there with that first run, because there was contact. They will have to deem someone at fault, as we are starting to get some scores dropping through already. It was just here, I think, as we transition. On your left-hand side here, it's when we come through the second time around, we transition here. And just there was a lot of lag there and there was a lot of contact. So we will see what happened there. Judges will have to look at that and see who was at fault for that. Be interesting to see how they call that, because we do have judges dropping in their decisions. So we get a quick look back at this. You can see there the run up to this point was quite good from both drivers, but I think we do have a decision here. You can see here now we transition back. You can just see a little bit of the cars just kind of go a little bit straight, and Darius is all just spinning out, and there's a little bit of teleportation going on there from Peter Nemeth. But I believe we do have a decision as we swipe them left for Peter Nemeth, right for Darius Ostrika. And Darius Ostrika goes through to the top 8. We move it along now to the next battle as Cameron Mustard to take on the young gun Noah Mlade. Cameron already patiently waiting at the line for Noah. As Noah just gets in, warms his tires, leaves as much time to warm his tires as possible. Smart young driver here in Noah Mlade, Strom Wheels driver, Carbon Drift Team driver. A man who's definitely one to watch for the future. Had an incredible last round, hard charger last round as well. As we move it up there now, Noel will just get into his chase lane. He will be chasing out Cameron Mustard this time around. He's going to be able to chase Cameron Mustard very closely here because he can trust the line for Cameron. He's a very, very good lead driver, Cameron Mustard. You can see that with his qualifying score, 92, qualified 5th position there yesterday. Noah Mlade then as well, qualifying in 9th position, I believe it was 12th position, sorry, with an 88.7. So no slouch either for lead driving. Whoever wins this will come up against Darius Ostrika, I believe. As we just wait for the judges to reset them lights. A little bit of a hold up here. Judges just making sure everything's okay. As the guys wait very patiently, be worried about their tires getting cold. Maybe not Cameron Mustard. He's been ready to go for quite a while now. His tires were definitely already cold, but we get the lights to extinguish. And we will wait for them to illuminate here. No, Mlade definitely wanting to get this battle done. He's going to want to charge extremely fast onto the door of the S13 as you get the lights to illuminate. Starts to get a jump as Noah Mlade as we leave the start line chicane. Cameron Mustard to lead us in. Initiates nice and early before the wall. Noah Mlade right there on the side of the S13. Drops back a little bit but makes a dive up through outer zone 2. Transition back here now. Bumper to outer zone 3. Noah Mlade waits for the transition. Then starts to make a dive up onto the door here. Very nice from Noah Mlade as he's pushing Cameron Mustard around this PETA track. As we transition back now towards outer zone 7 around this long sweeping corner. Noah Mlade right on the door of the S13 of Cameron Mustard through outer zone 8 and across the line. Oh, and maybe a bit of contact as they transition across the line there. Noah very aggressive, very nice driving from him. Cameron not doing a whole pile wrong in the lead position either, though. Doing a very nice job was Cameron Mustard, but it's his turn now to chase, and Cameron Mustard in the chase position does Cameron Mustard things. He is an incredible chase driver as well as an incredible lead driver, but we will see what happens here. Noah Mlade very good at the leads as well, so we will see what happens when the judges extinguish them lights. We get them to re-illuminate them. They go green. Noah Mlade to lead us out in front of Cameron Mustard as we initiate nice and early yet again. Cameron Mustard taking that inside line to get up onto the door to 180SX, and look at this from Cameron Mustard right there as they run the wide line around outer zone 2. Transition back now towards outer zone 3 along the wall. Transition back now towards outer zone 4. Cameron Mustard not being shaken here by Noah Mlade as we work our way around to outer zone 6. Transitioning back to outer zone 7 along the wall again as Cameron Mustard starts to reel in Noah Mlade around the long swooping corner. Unbelievable here from Cameron Mustard, keeping it nice and smooth as we come across the line. Noah Mlade doing an incredible job in the lead position as well. Cameron Mustard, unbelievable stuff as well though, as we wait for the judges to drop in some scores. See what they made of that. Please get our side by side on your screens here. First run on the left, second run on the right. Judges will have a quick look, just make sure that everything's in tip-top shape. They didn't miss anything, but very tidy run here from both guys. As we just wait for the judges to drop in their scores, they're having a deliberation about something. We still wait here. The guys will be waiting very patiently, a little bit nervously, waiting for this to come through. Can see both runs there, very clean, very fluid, but there was that mistake there. I think that's what the judges will be looking at on the chase from Noah Mlade coming out of the last corner on that transition before the line. He does make contact with Cameron Mustard. I believe that's probably what they're talking about there. We'll have to figure that out. Yeah, so they'll be looking at minor mistakes too, the little wobbles, little brake checks, just trying to check up before transition and stuff like that. So they're really going in depth with this one. They're going to have to really break it down in depth. But they're splitting hairs at this rate to try get a decision here, and they do have all the data to be able to do that with every bit of telemetry, every different camera angle. Way more than we have access to, so you can trust that they are going to make the right call, make sure they see everything. You can see there Noah doing an incredible job to get onto the side of Cameron. Really trusting Cameron's line there through here, but that was just a little bit of a check up there as we come to the second run. Noah doing an incredible job in the lead here. His lead run is incredible, nice and wide through every section and nice and deep into that touch and go at inner clip 5. You can see here, gets in, boom, perfect through there, as Cameron not doing anything wrong in the chase position though either, just gets right onto the door of the Carbon Drift Team 180SX. Like I said, Cameron Mustard doing Cameron Mustard things. We just wait ever so gently for that though to come through. We are starting to get results in here, some decisions. Just waiting for one more to drop in. It's always Rise. Rise's decision, the last one to drop in. So we do have 2 scores, one from Parker, one from Tyre, but just waiting on Rice to drop in that score. The man who actually has a lot of more experience than either judge judging on this track, making sure that he sees everything here. This track is the same layout that Rise did judge over in Sweden, but it's slightly changed for the street cars. But for the most part, everything is pretty much the same. As we do get a decision in here now. Swipe him left for Noah Mlade, right for Cameron Mustard. And all 3 judges go for Cameron Mustard. So that will be Cameron Mustard going through to the top 8. Noah Mlade unfortunately bowing out of competition in the top 16, but an incredibly good round for him as well. Incredible driving. As we will move it along to our next battle. It'll be Ricky Stoart to take on Elijah Islas. As I think we have just a quick server reset. Yeah, we're just waiting for drivers to get into the server. So we will have just a little second here while we get everybody into the server and back in order. As we load back into the track, you can see Nico Stella on your screen there, that Heinz E driver in that E92. Directly behind him then is his opponent. It is Hassan Selik in another E92, an all E92 battle to round out your top 16. That Carbon Drift team driver of Hassan Selik. As we get our first battle of this half of the 16 to go. In this half of the 16, you would have seen it on your screen just moments ago. It is Ricky Stoart to take on Elijah Islas, Caden James to take on Andres Kleinbergs, Ahmed Alhamadi to take on Kaspers Jusius, and Nico Stella to take on Hassan Selik. So all these guys, big name drivers, and hopefully we're going to have some incredible battles here, because this is definitely going to be a tight one. And moving through to top 8, looking at how this could shape up, we could have some very, very interesting stuff happening from top 8 onwards, especially for shakeups in... This is a 4-round competition, and if you're talking about shakeups midway through the season, which after this season we are, this could be interesting for the championship. So you can see our head judge Roy is just coming up in the start line lights there. I believe he uses WASD there. You can see he's very jumpy. As we will call our first battle to the line, will be Ricky Stoart to take on Elijah Islas. So we just wait for the guys to come to the line there. You can see all of our sponsors on the start line banner there. Our title sponsor, Strom Wheels. Big thank you to them for being our title sponsor for another season. You can see our other sponsors there, DND Performance Interiors, Driftland, Mclellan Motorsport, number 26 Racing, Tsuji Collective, Dill Designs, FSR 443 Motorsport, and Kaptured Media as well. Big shout out to all of our sponsors. Big thank you to them for making all of this possible. As we see Ricky Stoart warming his tyres there in that Carbon Drift Team 180SX. This man has had some season already. This year he has had incredible success, coming on massively in a year, gone from taking just media and pictures in for drifting and other motorsports in Assetto Corsa, and coming in to battle at some of the highest levels of sim drifting. Incredible story, Ricky Stoart. Definitely a driver to watch for the future, and possibly one of the nicest guys on the grid too. As we get both guys to the line here, Elijah not had a battle all day. He had a bye run in the top 32 to get to this point, so Ricky Stoart a little bit more well oiled in at this stage maybe, but that's not going to bother Elijah at all. As we get the lights to illuminate here, Elijah to chase out Ricky Stoart as we get them to initiate into outer zone 1 here nice and early. Look at the proximity here from Elijah Islas, unbelievable, chasing in Ricky Stoart, trusting his line. As we work our way around to outer zone 3 here, Elijah loading up that E46, getting up onto the door, the 180SX, that Carbon Drift Team driver of Ricky Stoart, who's not putting a foot wrong here in the lead position. As we transition back here now, nice and wide to outer zone 7, working our way around the nice big sweeping corner. Look at the proximity here from Elijah, pushing Ricky Stoart around the rest of the track as they cross the line. Incredible stuff. Ricky Stoart's going to have to go in full-on attack mode here in the second half of this battle. As we go back to the line here, we'll switch them around. We will see what happens in the second half. We'll get them lights to reset. Here they go. They're lining up again. Ricky Stoart to chase in Elijah Islas. He's going to want to go close here as he loads up that car right nearly side by side with the E46. Look at the aggression here from Ricky Stoart. Incredible stuff as he's right on the door through outer zone 1 and 2. Transitions back here. Tries to get up onto outer zone 3 here. Transitions back again, maybe a little bit earlier, to get right on the door through inner clip 5. Sets himself up beautifully here. Elijah not putting a foot wrong in the lead position though as Ricky loads that 180SX up again. Elijah making contact with the wall, maybe a little bit of contact with Ricky on transition as we work our way around the final section of track. Transition back here now and across the line. Very interesting stuff. Elijah maybe on the wrong line there. Just as we came across outer zone 8, didn't bring that E46 across again, but judges will make that decision in the end as we get the side by side. Look at the aggression from Ricky Stoart in the chase position. It's incredible. This man knows how to drive in the chase. It's incredible. So good to see a man who's relatively new to competition drifting on the sim. Yeah, there may be just that bit of contact there. Not sure if that was the little bit of a mistransition from Elijah or not, but that's down to the judges to make that call. But very nice there from both guys as scores are dropping in from the judges. We have 2 so far, just waiting on the third judge to drop that in. A lot of support there for Ricky in the chat there too. We still just wait for our last judge to drop in that score. We have a look back at the chase run here. Look at this from Ricky Stoart. We'll have a look and see what's their contact in this run, but the aggression is incredible from Ricky. Definitely unbelievable stuff. Very intelligent driver too. Look at this. Definitely loading that 180SX up. Knows that car very well, but this is the point here. We transition just there. I think there was a little bit of contact, but we'll see. The judges will probably make that call on that contact as we do have a decision. I think we'll go swipe him left for Ricky Stoart, right for Elijah Islas, and all 3 judges go for Ricky Stoart. Ricky Stoart moves on to the top 8 for the second round in a row. Incredible stuff for Ricky Stoart and good for his championship there. But from what I see here, Ricky Stoart, depending on who wins this next battle, I believe, could come up against somebody very interesting. And I'm going to leave that just to settle for a second, but we'll go to our next battle. The winner of this will go up against Ricky Stoart. Caden James to take on Andres Kleinberg. We have them at the line. Wild Monkeys driver Caden James, RT Riga driver of Andres Kleinbergs in that E46 there. And Caden repping that S14 as we wait for the judges to reset the lights. We will see what happens in this battle. This is going to be an incredible battle. Caden James obviously taken out earlier on Ernestus Jacubas. He was delighted with that. He sent me a text after, couldn't believe it. As we get the lights to illuminate now, Caden James going to go door to door with this E46. A very aggressive driver, but maybe lacking a little bit on the run up here. Has to make a dive on straight away onto the door. The E46 cuts outer zone 1, but gets right there through outer zone 2. Transition back now. Tries to reel in the E46 before the transition. Lines himself up perfectly to get onto the door through inner clip 5. Look at this from Caden James. Incredible driving here as we transition back again. Sets himself up nicely for a dive up onto Andres Kleinbergs. Look at this. Caden James not putting a foot wrong in the chase position. Unbelievable stuff. As Andres Kleinbergs does an incredible job in the lead there, but that was incredible. I couldn't take my eyes off Caden. Fantastic chase run there. Very intelligent driving as well. How he kind of drops back that little bit and then shoots up through the transition onto the door. The E46 knew exactly where he had to land that S14. Definitely has done a lot of practice in that car as well. As we see some fire emojis going into that in the chat there. So we'll see what happens in the second half of this battle here as We get both guys on the line. Caden James to lead us out this time around. Andres Kleinbergs to chase. He's going to have to go door to door here as we get them to leave the line. Caden smoking up their rear wheels nice and early. Andres Kleinberg goes for the hunting down the door. Caden straight away gets there. Maybe running a bit wide, getting a little bit too far on the rear wheel of Caden James S14 as we transition back here now towards outer zone 6. Oh, look at the dive here from Andres Kleinbergs, pushing Caden James a little bit wide off inner clip 5 there as we transition back now towards the last section of track through outer zone 7. Andres Kleinberg goes for the hunting of the door of Caden James, starts to push him around the final bit of this track as we transition across the line. Very interesting. I'd love to see that second bit there where there was a bit of contact, I think, push Caden James offline through inner clip 5, I think, but the aggression from Andres Kleinbergs definitely was there. He was wanting that. I think there was a little bit of contact there from Andres, but it was really through this section here now. When we transition, was there contact? No, maybe not. Maybe just unwarranted from Caden, just running a bit wide there. It will be down to the judges to do that, but that contact from 2 will have upset Caden's line, and that really can upset you from the rest of the clips throughout the track. Can take you quite a long time to settle your car back into the appropriate line that the judges want to see. So we'll have to see what the judges made of that. It's down to them at that stage. They've way better camera angles and all the telemetry, much more information than we'll ever have. But we will see what they have to say about that, as they will deliberate just there and have a look and make sure that there was nothing wrong there with anything else in the run. They'll look at all the little bobbles and stuff as we do get a decision from one of the judges dropping in there. Just wait for the other two as we have our side-by-side comparison up on your screens right now. The judges really breaking this one down in depth. Still waiting for 2 judges to drop in their scores. It was an incredible battle though. Even if this went one more time, I'd be happy. I'd love to watch this all day. Both these guys are incredible drivers. Very consistent drivers at that as well, so we will have to see who will come up against Ricky Stoart in the top 8. I'd love to know what the judges are talking about. Are they worrying about the contact, or were they looking at something else, I wonder? Okay, so they are trying to deem fault for the contact. So they're thinking there might have been a decel in the lead, I'm thinking. It's somewhere around here now, where they transition, and when Caden starts to reel him in, just there. It's on this run here, so just there. We're trying to see, was there a contact there? Was there a decel from Caden James in the lead? As I think we're starting to get judges' decisions dropping in. And swiping left for Caden James, right for Andres Kleinbergs. Oh, a split decision, and Rise, I think that's a one more time. So yeah, that's going to be a one more time there. A massively split decision. Our head judge Rise not able to call it. Parker going with Caden and Tyre going with Andres Kleinberg. So that will be a one more time. Very interesting there. So judges not agreeing on that at all. So they'll get to go again. as we have Liam Skeel in the chat here as well. Big shout out to him, another Wild Monkeys driver. We did have Rodrigo in here as well earlier on in top 16, or in top 32, did unfortunately drop out. Losing out to Hassan Salik as we get the drivers back on the line here now. It'll be Caden James to chase out this time around again as we get the lights to illuminate. 1 light, 2 light, 3 lights and 4 lights. Caden James to chase out Andres Kleinbergs for the second time here. Andres Kleinbergs, big initiation there. Maybe just a little bit shallow off outer zone 1, but Caden James dealing with it nicely there as he puts foot to floor, goes to the door to E46 as we come through outer zone 3 here. Transition back. Oh, and a bit of contact there from Caden James onto the back bumper of Andres Kleinbergs as we come around now to outer zone 6. Transition back to 7 here. Caden James putting it to the door. Working that S14 up into the pocket of the E46, making sure that Andres knows he's still there as he transition over the line. We will send them back for the second half of this one more time here. Judges, I think, are going to have another problem calling this one. A little bit more mistakes and contacts to be able to call and look into there and be able to deem at fault there, but we'll have to see what happens as we get the second half of this battle underway. Caden James pulls to the line. Andres Kleinbergs pulls to the line as well. We wait for the judges to reset the lights. As we get the lights to go, Andres Kleinbergs chasing out Caden James as they initiate in nice and early up along the wall. Caden James fires it through outer zone 1. Andres Kleinbergs right there though, a little bit of a wobble through outer zone 2 as we transition back to 3. Andres Kleinbergs starts to reel in the S14 as we transition back here now, sets himself up for a dive into inner clip 5, does just that. Up onto the door of the S14 as we work our way around now to outer zone 7 through that big sweeping corner. Andres Kleinberg's going to want to put it on the door and keep it there, and he does just that. Look at this. Andres Kleinberg's putting on display of proximity here. Very good. Very, very nice from both drivers. As we watch back here, and I see Jim, you're asking what contact. There was contact on the first half of this run here. Caden just making contact on the just there. There was a little slight rub of the bumper. Didn't do too much, but it is there and judges will see it. So we'll see what the judges do make of this one though. They'll have a big deliberation about this. As you can see, the proximity from both these guys is incredible. Doing an incredible display here, both these guys showing why they should be in the top 8. And I don't think after this the judges' decisions are going to get any easier, as we don't even have any decision dropped in yet from any of the judges. So definitely having a chat about stuff. I'd say it is that contact they're looking at. As we just wait here very patiently, the guys will be on edge waiting for this. Judges definitely deliberating a lot about this. Definitely looking into telemetry 100%. They'll definitely be seeing that contact there. Was there a decel maybe from Andres Kleinbergs on transition? And is that what maybe caused Caden James to rub the back bumper and upset the line a little bit in the lead? But that's really down to the judges to call, and I'm glad I'm not a judge in this battle, because it's ridiculously hard to call, and they do have to call it after this. They can't do 2 one more times, I don't think. as we get one judge dropped in a decision there now, and two judges dropping in a decision. Just waiting on a third and final judge to drop in a decision, and we do have it. We'll go swipe him left for Andres Kleinbergs, right for Caden James. And Caden James gets the win. Through to top 8 goes Caden James after a hard fought one more time battle with Andres Kleinbergs. Unfortunately, Andres will drop out in top 16. Caden will move on to the top 8. And we will go back to our next battle here. It'll be Ahmed Alhamadi to take on Kasparis Jusius. So let's see what happens here in this battle. We have the judges ready to go. Let's get them to illuminate them lights. Kasparis Jusius taking a big run up here. Ahmed Alhamadi out in the lead position. He's very good at his lead position, lead runs here. You can see that even from yesterday, qualifying third overall with a 92.3, knows this track quite well. So we will see what happens in this battle here as we get the judges just to settle everything down and send them down as we get the 3 lights and a 4th. We'll send them down the start line chicane down towards outer zone 1 here. Ahmed Alhamadi to lead us in. Kasparis Jusius to give chase, surges up onto the 180SX. Does Kasparis Jusius as he come around outer zone 2, transition back towards outer zone 3. Kasparis makes another dive onto the door as we transition back again, right on the back bumpers. Kasparis really wanting this win here as he works the way around towards the center section of the track, back onto outer zone 7 here of the figure 8. Oh, and a little bit of a gap opens up as Ahmed runs away a little bit. Maybe a little bit of a mistake there from Kasparis Jusius. We'll have to see in the replay as we will go back to the second half of this battle here. We'll get them switched around. It'll be Ahmed Alhamadi to chase out Kasparis Jusius this time round. As we wait for the judges to reset the lights here, we get them to reset 1 light, 2 light, 3 lights, 4 lights, and off we go through the start line chicane here. Ahmed Alhamadi to chase in Kasparis Jusius. Look at this here, Ahmed. Oh, a little bit of a gap. We was looking like he was going to be extremely aggressive, but does surge up onto the door of the S13 here. The 180SX surging back up now, sets himself up nicely for a dive, rubbing the door of the S13 the full way around. Inner clip 5 as we work our way around now to the last section of track. The big sweeper here. Ahmed starting to reel in the S13 nice and slowly. Very, very nice job from him. As we finish out the run here, we will go back to our replays. We'll wait for the judges to make a call. As we just wait, we do have one decision dropped in from our judge Ryan Parker, Mr. 360 himself. He's the quickest of the judges to make decisions I've found. As we'll just wait for the other 2 judges to make their call. See there, that was really strange. I don't know, did Ahmed Alhamadi go really shallow there, or was Kasparis Jusius really wide on his lead? I think there was a little bit of both going on. Ahmed kind of caught off guard with the pace. As you can see here, the massive gap there in the matter of a second just opened up. Ahmed, I think, just cutting a little bit of line to get up onto the door there of the S13, but manages to keep it in proximity the full way around then from that point onwards. And look at that, rubbing the door of the S13 the full way around from inner clip 5 to outer zone 6. As you transition back here now, though, gets right back up there again. Not a bother to him. Incredible stuff there. As we're still waiting for both our other judges to drop in scores. We do get Rise to drop in a score. Just waiting on Tyre now. As we do get a result in, a decision has dropped in from all 3 judges. as we swipe from left for Kaspar's Jusius, right for Ahmed Alhamadi. And Ahmed Alhamadi moving on to the top 8. Unfortunately for Kaspar's, that will be the end of his weekend. Ahmed Alhamadi will progress on through to the top 8. As we move into the last battle of the top 16, it's Nico Stella to take on Hassan Selik. As I believe that's Ryan Parker there, Mr. 360, huh? Yes, that is Mr. 360, making judging decisions really, really fast. The quickest decision maker in all of Driftland. As we get them to leave the line here, Nico Stella to lead out Hassan Selik this time round. Hassan Selik initiating side by side there, pushing very hard up onto the E92 of Nico Stella. Is a little bit caught up there before transition. I'm not sure if that was a late transition by Nico. We'll have to watch that back on the replay. But we can see there Hassan pushing hard and really, really aggressive driving there from Hassan in that E92 and Carbon Drift team. Nico Stella not putting a foot wrong though in the Heinz E92. As we work our way around the final bit of track here across outer zone 8 and across the line. Very interesting to see there. We will run it back and swap them over here now. It'll be Nico Stella to chase out Hassan, and if there's one thing we know about Nico Stella, he is very good in the chase position, and if you want aggression, you've got it. Nico Stella is going to be that driver. As we wait for them just to get back to the line, we'll get the judges to reset them semaphore light. You see the hazards on there from Hassan. Nico Stella waiting very patiently, looking like he wants a run up here. He can leave when those lights illuminate. You can just get the car rolling and it makes it a little bit easier to get the jump then as we get the lights to go. And you see Nico making that little bit of a rolling start as we leave the line here, as we initiate side by side. Look at this from Nico Stella, the aggression's right there, but a little bit of a gap, makes up the gap very quickly, gets that proximity onto the door, the E92, the Carbon Drift team driver Hassan Selik. As we transition back here now, Nico Stella makes another transition dive up onto the door, the Carbon Drift team driver, and look at this, the proximity is perfect. Oh, but Hassan drops off there. Maybe some contact from Nico, rubbing a little bit too much. We don't know. We'll have to have a look at that again as we work our way around the final section of the track across outer zone 8 and across the line we go. Very interesting there. Judges gonna definitely have a look back at that, why Hassan Selik dropped so far inside on that run. Maybe there was contact, I'm not too sure, but you can see here, look at the aggression from Nico Stella when he gets back up onto the door, the E92 of Hassan. Incredible stuff. As we do have two judges dropping in their decision there. Yeah, I think just too much angle from Hassan there. Just dropped him too far inside. Didn't have the momentum to get him back out to outer zone 6. So we will see what the judges made of that. We are just waiting on our last judge to drop in the scores. And maybe our final judge, Rise, spotting something and just wanting to make sure that it's correct before he throws in his decision here. If he's anything, he's definitely thorough. As we do get the decision dropping in here now. I think we do, yep, we have a full decision from the judges. So swipe him left for Hassan Selik, right for Nico Stella. Going to be Nico Stella moving on to the top 8, and that is your top 16 rounded off. Unfortunately for Hassan, that'll be the end of his evening, and Nico Stella will progress on through to the top 8 as you get your overview there. So top 8 will be Mustafa Amini to take on Emilis Velica. Darius Ostrika to take on Cameron Mustard. That is going to be an incredible battle. Ricky Stobart to take on Caden James. These two are going to go at it is going to be unbelievable. And Ahmed Alhamadi to take on Nico Stella. All of these battles could be finals. All 4 of these battles could be finals. 100% any of these guys could win it today. And who knows, we could have somebody the likes of Caden James. He's looking extremely strong today. Can he take a podium spot? Can he get into the top 4? Who knows? He'll have to go through Ricky Stoart first. Mustafa Amini having a dream weekend so far as well. He's qualified first and he's won every battle so far. He wants that top position as well. So we will just have a quick break while we reset, and we will be back to you with your top 8 very shortly.
To my speaker combo.
Creo que estoy haciendo
I love myself.
Hello and welcome back to Scottish Virtual Drift Series Round 2. This is the Street Series here at PETA Dragway in Sweden. We are getting ready for our top 8. We have an incredible top 8 here. All these battles will be like finals, and this is going to be insane here. To get us started, we have Mustafa Amini to take on MLS Velica, that RTW driver of MLS Velica in that S13. But Mustafa Amini, the man who qualified top spot yesterday in that IS200, feeling comfortable, feeling dangerous. So let's see what happens here in this battle, because this is going to be incredible. The proximity from both of these guys is going to be top notch. As we just wait for them to get to the line here, we have Mustafa at the line, just waiting for MLS to pull up, and there he is. As we just wait for Rise, our head judge, to illuminate them start line lights. We will get underway very, very shortly. As we get the lights to illuminate here, MLS Velica taking a little bit of a run up here as Mustafa Amini leaves the line here in that IS200. They flick initiate nice and early along the wall here towards outer zone 1. Look at the aggression here from MLS Velica. Incredible stuff as they work their way around, transition towards outer zone 3. MLS Velica right on the back bumper of the IS200. Let's see the transition again. Works his way onto the door, into the pocket of the IS200 as they work their way through inner clip 5 around now towards outer zone 7. MLS Velica right there. Mustafa Amini not putting a foot wrong though, as he does a little bit of a bobble through outer zone 7, but works his way around now towards the end of the finish line. MLS Velica Unbelievable stuff in the chase run there as we switch them back around now for the second half of this battle. Mustafa Amini just taking a second there to burn off a little bit more tire. Make sure there's heat in them as we reset the start line lights. Velica to lead us out here. Mustafa Amini takes a little bit of a run up. Velica fires that S13 in, has a little bit of a Scandi flick entry, and Mustafa Amini puts it on the door as we transition back here now. Not as close of a transition as Emilis had as we come through here now. This is where we're going to see proximity from Mustafa right there. Look at that, rubbing the door of the S13 as we come around outer zone 6, transition back towards outer zone 7. Mustafa makes another dive onto the door of the S13. A little bit of a bobble, drops back again. But Velica having an incredible job in the lead there, having a perfect run. And the judges will have a look at it and they'll break it down, see what's going on here as both the guys wait patiently for the decision. We'll get the side-by-side up here. Oh, Mark O'Rourke in the chat. How you doing, Mark? Sorry we missed you today, but this is top 8. This is the first battle of the top 8 here, and it's an incredible battle already. It's fantastic. Super proximity from both drivers. A little bit of bobble here and there, though, from Mustafa Amini, unfortunately for him, but Velica, a very fast driver in that S13. As we just wait for the judges to drop in decisions, having a look at something here, just making sure that everything's in tip-top shape. And again, big thank you to all of our sponsors. Our title sponsor, Strom Wheels, and then we also have sponsoring the championship, DND Performance Interior, Driftland, Mclellan Motorsport, Tsuji Collective number 26 Racing, Kaptured Media, Dill 3D Designs, and Frontside Racing. Big thank you to all of them for supporting the championship. Would not be able to run this without them. As we still wait for the judges to drop in some decisions here, obviously looking at something that I have not seen. Maybe just checking some telemetry, then bobbles from Mustafa, maybe Emilis not being as fast as he should be in some certain sections, and Mustafa having to check up and make a dive again, who knows. I really would like to know what's going on in the judging booth there, because it's very interesting to see none of the judges have dropped in any decisions yet. Yeah, so they're reviewing stuff in Emilis's lead run, apparently. That's what I'm being told. Can't really see anything too much here other than Hassan's chase not being as consistent as Emilis, but again, they have much more data than we do. Mark O'Rourke unfortunately missing this round. He is in the chat. If you are in the chat, please do congratulate Mark gaining his VDC license from DCGP there earlier on in the week. Big congratulations to him. And possibly contact here in the chase from Mustafa, but judges will be looking to see, was that a decel in the lead as well? So we will just have to wait and see. Judges definitely taking their time with this. as we do get one decision from our head judge Rise, getting in ahead of Mr. 360 himself. Ryan Parker hasn't made a decision yet, very unlike him, as we do get it. We do, as I say that, get a decision from Parker and Ty, so we will go to our decision here. Swipe him left for Emlis Velica, right for Mustafa Amini. Rise says one more time, but Mustafa Amini goes through from Parker and Ty, so Emlis Velica knocked out in the top 8. That means that Mustafa Amini will progress through to the top 4. He is looking for the perfect weekend here. We'll move it along to our next battle. It'll be Darius Ostrika to take on Cameron Mustard. These two are both legends of sim drifting. They've been around for a good while. They have all of the bragging rights here between these two. Both in S13s, equal machinery on the same track. What will happen? Cameron Mustard to chase out first. We will see what happens. He can definitely trust Darius Ostrika's lead run here, because let's be honest, the man's like a robot. He can do these runs all day long and they'll be identical every single time. As we initiate in now towards the wall of Outer Zone 1, Cameron Mustard surges up onto the door. The S13 of Darius Ostrika. Look at this from Cameron Mustard, doing incredible work as we transition back now. Darius Ostrika not putting a foot wrong here in the lead position, as Cameron Mustard still surging up on through as we come through Outer Zone 6. We transition back now towards Outer Zone 7. Cameron Mustard looking to reel in Darius Ostrika yet again, does just that as we come around the longest corner, moving up towards Outer Zone 8 as we transition back now across the line. Very, very entertaining stuff here from both of these guys. As we'll move them back to the line, we'll swap them around. As we wait for the judges now just to get going with that. We get the lights to go green. Darius Ostrika to chase out Cameron Mustard. Let's see what happens here. Side-by-side entry for Darius Ostrika. Makes a dive. A little bit shallow on the angle here to get up onto the door of Cameron Mustard. Cameron having an incredible initiation there as we work our way around now through Outer Zone 3. Transition back towards Outer Zone 4. Darius Ostrika making a dive up onto the door. The S13 of Cameron Mustard pushing him around Outer Zone 6. As we transition back now again, Darius Ostrika gonna reel in Cameron Mustard in that RTW yellow S13. Look at this. Darius Ostrika doing an incredible job in the chase as we transition and cross the line. Very nice from both guys there. Very, very good job. As they will sit and wait for their decision to drop in, we'll have a look at our side-by-side replay and see what happened between both runs. So you can see aggression is definitely at the height of it here, but Darius a little bit closer through that first section, a little bit equal through this here now, but you can see both of them make a massive dive here through inner clip 5, going around now to Outer Zone 6 and through the center section. Both guys had a same kind of a gap, but reeled in the lead driver nice and quickly, but Cameron got there a little bit quicker than Darius did, and then they crossed the line. So be very interesting to see how the judges call this one as we just wait for their judges to drop in their scores. We have one from Mr. 360 himself, the man who makes quick decisions, makes up his mind very quick, very decisive character, Mr. Ryan Parker, as we just wait for Rise and Tyre to drop in their scores now. They will have a look at this in depth because there is a lot to break down in this, and it's quite an even matchup, and lead and lead, chase on chase. It's very hard to call, and Mark O'Rourke in the chat, they're already calling it one more time. We'll have to see what the judges say. I think we get Mark into the judging booth at some point. 100%. But we'll have to figure out what happens here. We'll have to see. It's not over till the judges call it. as we do get a second decision in from Tyre and a third from Rise. So we do have a decision. Swiping left for Cameron Mustard, right for Darius Ostrika. And Darius Ostrika goes through to the top 4, knocking out Cameron Mustard, your championship points leader. So an upset in the championship already. And it's only round 2. Cameron Mustard dropping out of competition in the top 8. Darius Ostrika getting the win. As we will move it along now to our next battle. This is one that I'm very, very excited about. It is Ricky Stoart to take on Caden James. This is going to be a huge battle. Ricky Stoart, one of the coolest guys on the grid. Super nice guy, but probably one of the most impressive drivers of how quick he's improved his driving this year, and he's had some very good success in other championships as well. Caden James, the man who's been around for a couple of seasons, known to be a very super aggressive driver. Like, he's unbelievable in the chase position, but can run a lead line fairly well too. He knows his stuff, so seems to be fairly settled in that S14 as well. Ridiculed me for a long time about driving S14s and many others, but now look at him. Join the dark side. It's the good side. And he'll agree now. If he wins this battle, he'll agree. As we get ready for the judges to send them down the start line chicane here, as we get 4 lights on. Ricky Stoart to lead us out here. Caden James to give chase as they initiate in nice and wide here along outer zone 1 along the wall. Caden James looking to surge up onto the door, the 180SX, as they transition back now towards outer zone 3. Caden James starts to make a dive again, lightens up to transition, and now this is where he's going to start putting on real proximity. True inner clip 5 right there. Maybe a bit of contact through that section as we transition through now along the wall. Ricky Stoart not putting a foot wrong in the lead position. Look at this from Caden James though, right there, trusting the lead line as they come through outer zone 8 and cross the line. Very, very good. Very nice from both drivers there. Ricky Stoart doing an incredible lead run. Caden James doing an incredible chase there as well, but we have to switch them around and see what happens here. Ricky Stoart had some incredible chase runs in his last battles too, so definitely gonna be interesting. He definitely put with Elijah in his last battle, he definitely brought the proximity to that battle, and say he's probably going to do the same here now again as we wait for the judges to illuminate them start lights. And we get 3 lights, 4 lights. Ricky Stoart to chase in Caden James here as we start to initiate along the wall here nice and early. Look at this from Ricky Stoart, nice and aggressive from the get-go. Caden James runs wide. Ricky Stoart does follow him as we transition back after the contact. Ricky Stoart's going to want to apply some pressure here just to make sure that he still has this advantage. Caden did run wide originally as they run through the centre section of track back towards outer zone 7, working their way around the big long sweeper, the last part of this track. Caden James having a bit of a bobble in the lead there as Ricky Stoart starts to push and apply the pressure through the last transition and across the line. We will see what happens here. I'm completely impartial in this. I want both of these guys to go well, but wow, what a battle. Very even match up here, I think, aggression-wise, and we already have a decision dropping in already as we will go straight to our decision. All 3 judges very quick with it, this battle. As swiping left for Caden James, right for Ricky Stoart. And it's Ricky Stoart getting the win. He progresses through to the top 4. Caden James unfortunately bowing out of competition in the top 8. Very, very incredibly good round for him. He'll be happy with this round. 100% he would have enjoyed that this evening. As we move it on to the last battle of the top 8 here, it's Ahmed Alhamadi to take on Nico Stella. As Ahmed Alhamadi lines up to lead us out first, Nico Stella to give chase. Just wait for Rise to light up the start line. Nico Stella looking for a nice run up here as we get 3 lights on, 4th to send them down. Ahmed Alhamadi leaves the start line chicane. Nico Stella to chase in really tight. Look at the initiation from Nico Stella right there on the door of Ahmed Alhamadi as they fire through outer zone 2. Go for the transition here now. Nico Stella gonna give a little bit of a space, make sure Ahmed can transition back here, but this is where the dive comes in through inner clip 5. Look at this from Nico Stella working that E92 up onto the door. The 180SX transitions again, and he'll start to apply the pressure right now as we come around the big long sweeper around towards outer zone 8. Nico Stella doing a very good job in the chase here as they cross the line. Maybe he wanted to be closer towards the end of that run, lost a bit of the intensity there, but we'll see what happens in the second half of this run. Ahmed Alhamadi is not a driver that really lies down and does half going chase runs. He will go door to door 100% as Nico Stella races back to that lead position. Ahmed Alhamadi in that chase position. We get 1 light, 2 light, 3 light and 4 lights. Off we go. Ahmed Alhamadi to chase out Nico Stella this time around as we initiate side by side yet again. Look at this, the aggression from Ahmed Alhamadi going 100% onto the door of Nico Stella in the E92. As maybe a bit of contact there on transition as we transition back now again. Ahmed starts to apply pressure in the 180SX onto the door, the E92. Look at this, the proximity is incredible from Ahmed as we transition back again now towards the last section of the track through outer zone 7. Ahmed Alhamadi not giving an inch to Nico Stella here as we work our way around, put foot to floor as we transition now again across the line. Unbelievable stuff. Very, very tidy run there from Ahmed Alhamadi in the chase position. We'll get the side-by-side up and we'll get the judges to drop in their decisions very fast. Look at the aggression. Initiation from both drivers was incredible. And the aggression is always there from these guys. And like I said, any of these battles could have been a final battle of the evening. And this is definitely no exception. The proximity from both chase runs is incredible, but the leads are so pinpoint perfect as well. You can hardly spot a mistake, but if there's anyone going to spot a mistake, it is going to be the judges. That's what they're there to do. They have all the tools that you could need to ever pick out a mistake, and they will do just that. And they'll split hairs to make sure that they get a decision at the end of this. Even if they have to go to it one more time and then make a decision, they will make a decision at the end of this. As the judges definitely going to watch this back a couple of times just to make sure there was that little bit of contact where Nico Stella did hit the back of Ahmed Alhamadi on the first run. Just on the transition before outer zone 3. You can see he makes the dive here through 2, but just doesn't give enough space and gets on the power a little bit too quick. Was it here? No, it was just here from outer zone 3 to 4, I think, wasn't it? I did see contact at some point. We still wait for the judges to drop in any kind of score here. Definitely taking their time on this one, making sure that they have all the information right. Little wait there, definitely deliberating something. Let's see, can I find out what they are talking about? Because they must be really splitting hairs at this stage. And actually, I apologize. It was Ahmed Alhamadi who made contact with Nico Stella in his chase run. That's what I saw, not the other way around. So we'll have to see what the judges made of that. Maybe that's what they're discussing right now. Okay, so they are discussing some bits there, just really minute things. But we will see what happens here. So judges still deliberating on this one. Definitely taking their time, making sure that they're making the right call here, which a lot of drivers will be happy with. They are being thorough about it, but at the same time, there are drivers that are like sitting at the line here, waiting, going very nervously, waiting for this decision to see if they get through to top 4. I see Noah Mlade in the chat there as well. Big shout out to him. Unbelievable driving. Fantastic driver there as well. How you doing, Noah? Hope you're doing all good. Well done today and yesterday. Still waiting for the judges to drop in scores here. Maybe not wanting to press that one more time button. I'm still waiting to hear if there are any decisions being made, and I am seeing stuff drop in here at the moment. I think we are about to get a decision. So we will go to our decision here now. And swiping left for Nico Stella, right for Ahmed Alhamadi. Tie goes for Nico Stella, but Rise and Ryan Parker go for a one more time. So it will be a one more time between Nico Stella and Ahmed Alhamadi. Not able to make a decision are the judges by split decision there. So we'll send them back to the line. Ahmed Alhamadi to lead us out first as Nico Stella lines up just behind, looking for that little bit of a run up again. As you can assume, as much as the last run, he's going to go aggressive off the rip. And he will be initiating side by side onto the door of Ahmed Alhamadi yet again. Judges not rewarding the side by side entry though. They're kind of saying it's not recommended because you can get cut off. But look at this from Nico Stella right there. Onto Ahmed Alhamadi right off the get-go as we come through outer zone 2, transition back towards outer zone 3. Nico Stella gives time and gives a bit of space for the second transition as he works his way up now in that E92 onto the door. The 180SX gets right there through inner clip 5 and across outer zone 6 as we come through the last transition now towards outer zone 7. Look at this from Nico Stella, starts to push Ahmed Alhamadi around the rest of this track as they cross outer zone 8 and across the line they go. As we'll get them to swap around for the second half of this one more time. Ahmed Alhamadi now to chase in Nico Stella. Nico Stella in that Heinz E92. Ahmed Alhamadi ready to give chase here as he takes a little bit of a jump just slightly earlier than the light going green. Nico Stella Going nice and wide here, opening up the door for Ahmed Alhamadi to get right up on the door nice and early as he comes through outer zone 2, transition back towards outer zone 3. Ahmed not making that mistake again, rubbing the bumper. Nico Stella as he gives space again through the second transition. Look at this from Ahmed Alhamadi, surging onto the door to E92 as we come around outer zone 6, transition back towards the long sweeping last section here as Ahmed Alhamadi starts to reel into E92 bit by bit. Look at this, the proximity from Ahmed doesn't make sense as they cross the line. Unbelievable stuff here, and the judges have another hard decision to make as the guys start to line up for their decision there. We get the replay side by side. Incredible stuff here as we wait for the judge to drop in the scores. Big thank you to all our sponsors. You can see the flags there in the middle of the track and on the wall. Our title sponsor, Strom Wheels. Big thank you to them. All the cars here repping them Strom Wheels. We've got Mclellan Motorsport, Kaptured Media, Driftland, Deal 3D, Frontside Racing, Tsuji Collective, and DND Performance Interior. Thank you very much to all of our sponsors. As we still wait for judges to drop in scores here. And again, if any of you watching are signed up for the next couple of rounds, you might want to get involved in SVDS. There's still a couple of round tickets left. You could be in as early as next round for round 3 on the 24th of May, I believe. 24th and 25th of May. You could get in and be competing on the grid with all of these drivers from yesterday and today and qualifying in top 32 as we start to get one decision in from the judge. One judge has their decision in as we just wait for the next 2 judges to drop in decisions. Judges just having a bit of deliberation about this. So we get a second judge to drop in a score here and a third. We will go to our decision, swiping left for Nico Stella, right for Ahmed Alhamadi. And all 3 judges unanimously go to Ahmed Alhamadi. He will pass through to the top 4. Nico Stella dropping out in top 8 competition, but he drove the wheels off that E92 there today. So he will be happy with that round. And there you go, you have your final 4. It'll be Mustafa Amini to take on Darius Ostrika and Ricky Stoart to take on Ahmed Alhamadi. As we will take a short break, I believe, just before we go into top 4. Ah, no, we are going straight in, I believe, to our top 4. Yeah, and there you go, Mustafa Amini and Darius Ostrika waiting on the line there. Waiting for the judges to give the signal. So this is your top 4. The start of top 4 here at SVDS round 2. This PETA track in Sweden. You can see the Swedish flag, the PETA Dragway flag, and the Scottish flag there in the background as we wait for the judges to just extinguish them start lights so that we can go back again down this track as we were just waiting to see Darius Ostrika and Mustafa Amini. Mustafa having an incredible weekend so far, qualifying first and winning every battle very nicely from top 32 the full way to top 16. Darius Ostrika having a decent weekend too. Darius qualified 4th overall with a 92.3, so not far off the mark when it comes to Mustafa's run of a 93.3, only 1 point up behind, and both of these guys are facing off in the top 4 here. As we get them firing through outer zone 1 here. Darius the striker right there. Mustafa Amini gives a little bit of room to adjust there as on the transition, as he gives another bit of room for the second transition, works his way up onto the door, the IS200 as we come around to outer zone 6, transition back now towards outer zone 7, towards the last section of this track, the long sweeping section. Darius Ostrika starts to reel in the IS200 nice and slowly, starts to stay in the pocket, gives space for the transition as they cross the line. Very, very good job there from both drivers. Mustafa doing an incredible job in the lead, but Darius Ostrika taking full advantage of that and making sure that he gets on the door of Mustafa. As we go back to the line there, we'll have Darius to lead us out for the second half of this battle, Mustafa to give chase. And let's be honest, Mustafa hasn't laid down yet when it comes to the chase position. He's been 100% the full time. So Darius is about to have an IS200 on his door for sure. Will there be contact? Who knows? But there's definitely going to be proximity there as we wait for the lights to reset. As we get them to reset now, they start to illuminate as we wait for the fourth light to go. Mustafa takes a little bit of a jump there, rolling start, and that IS200 starts to make his way onto the door, the 180SX, or the S13, excuse me, of Darius Ostrika. A little bit of a bobble there just after outer zone 1 as we transition back now towards outer zone 3, transition back now again towards outer zone 4. Mustafa starts to reel in the S13 coming through inner clip 5, and right there through that zone as well of outer zone 6. Transition back now towards the last section, and Mustafa's going to have to start applying the pressure here as he gets up onto the rear wheel and starts to push Darius Ostrika around the rest of this track. And we saw this happen earlier on. There wasn't a transition. He kind of boxed Darius in at the end there. Maybe the judges gonna call it like they did earlier on for Darius's teammate. There wasn't a transition in the chase position, and that ended up sending Ernestus Jacubas out. But in fairness, Ernestus was straight. Mustafa was still on angle, so we'll have to see what the judges break that one down as we'll get a little bit of a look here now. As we get towards the end, you can see it on your right hand side of your screen here. You can see the contact being made from Mustafa right in the wheel well, but doesn't allow Darius to really transition across the line like the judges were asking for. So we will have to see what that means for the decision. And don't forget, this is top 4, so we still have our finals and our 3rd and 4th playoff to go yet. So we'll just wait for the judges to drop in their scores. As they're still deliberating here, definitely breaking down something. As you can see there was a bit of contact on initiation too, so judges be looking at that as well. So a few different parts of this battle that they do need to look at in depth just to make sure that they're making the right call and who they're deeming at fault for collisions and contacts, and if there was waivers, was there, who was at fault, was there something that caused the waiver. You see there Mustafa just nudging the IS200 onto the door of the S13. The way he controls that car is unbelievable. You see that ready to win driver there of Darius Ostrika. Unbelievable from him as well. Look at the proximity he has. He times his transitions beautifully. And he just looks like a dance for him. It's just perfectly routine. Nothing kind of really special about it other than it's just perfect every single time he gets on the door of somebody. Look at this. It's so, so good. Gives the space for the transition right at the end there. So we'll have to see. We'll wait for the judges to make their decision. They're going to take their time on this one again because it is quite an even match and there is a lot of stuff to go through in this battle. As we just wait for the judges to drop in their scores, I'd love to know what they're actually talking about there, but I presume it is the collisions and the little bits of waivers here and there. Yeah, and being informed that I am right So sometimes I'm not talking nonsense, but a lot of the time I am, and that's why I'm not a judge. I'll let them do that hard work. I just saw there that Darius surged in his chase position there. He moved shallow on the track and magically managed to get the car to sink back in onto the wide line again. It's incredible how he has so much control over that S13. We still wait for any decision to drop in. Judges definitely taking their time with this one, and rightly so. And who knows, we could even go one more time with this battle yet again. We continue to wait here. Okay, so I am hearing that we will be getting a judge in here now in just a moment to explain a decision. So we'll be definitely can see a decision dropping in there, but one of the judges will come in and just explain what's going on here, because they obviously want to take their time with this and make sure they're making the right decision, and being transparent with you guys and the drivers is very much part of SVDS, and want to be as transparent as possible with everybody. So showing you how judging decisions are made is definitely part of that. So hopefully we will get that in very soon. As we do have a decision there. So swiping left for Mustafa Amini, right for Darius Estrella. And Mustafa Amini moves on to the top. Well, your final. Mustafa Amini will be in the final. Darius Estrella will be in the third and fourth place playoff. And he will come up against whoever loses the next battle. As we will get are we getting a judge? We are. Tyre is joining us to explain that decision here.
So it was mainly on Darius Estrella's lead. It was the transition before clip 7. He gained a lot of speed because he shallowed up a lot of angle, and that caused Darius to slow down a little bit, and way below what we had for our minimum speed. And what happened is he dropped a lot of speed coming into clip 7, and Mustafa was still coming in, and he was starting to shallow up angle again, and it was really slow, and it caused Mustafa kind of just start to push him. And we saw that as Darius' fault. Basically, Darius coming in as a very weird line.
Okay, so essentially the Darius slowing down was below you guys. Obviously through testing and everything like that, you guys can pick an average speed that you want to see through a certain section, and Darius was below that, so causing Mustafa to surge up and kind of push him across that line, not allowing him to transition.
Yeah, we talked about it in briefing. It was sort of like a slingshot, where a car shallows up a bunch of angle, gains a lot of speed, and then transitions, and it has too much speed, and they have to either slow down or they're going to hit the wall. Darius slowed down a lot and a little bit too much.
Okay, that's good to see that you guys have gone through a lot of this, and it's the audience as well and drivers will like the transparency. It's good to have. So big thank you to Tyre for coming in and explaining that decision, as we will move it along to our next battle here. It's Ricky Stoart to take on Ahmed Alhamadi. They will be waiting on the line, ready to go. Ricky Stoart having a great season so far. Can he make it that much better this round by getting into the final, or will Ahmed Alhamadi get in there and take that first or second spot? Who's going to face off against Mustafa Amini in the final? We will have to find out as we wait for both our drivers to just arrive on the start line. I'm not sure if I'll have a pint after this, but maybe, who knows? I haven't had dinner yet, so that might come first. But as we wait very patiently for Ricky Stoart and Ahmed Alhamadi to get to the line here. So, actually, just being pointed out by my stream person here, so our top 4 is actually our first, second, third and fourth qualifiers from yesterday. So we have Mustafa Amini, Ricky Stoart, Ahmed Alhamadi and Darius Ostrojka as your top 4, and that is in order from 1, 2, 3 and 4 from yesterday, which is incredible to see. So this qualifying definitely transferring over to battles today. Not all the time that you do see that, as we get Ricky Stoart to lead us out versus Ahmed Alhamadi in the second half of our top 4 here. We'll get them lights to reset. Ahmed Alhamadi to give chase, and he's going to be aggressive onto the side of the 180SX of Ricky Stoart. As we just wait for the judges to reset the lights here. Judges maybe just getting everything reset up. Would have had to have a lot of information on their screens for that last battle, but definitely starting to get onto things. Now as we get the start lights to illuminate, Ahmed Alhamadi taking a little bit of a jump there. Ricky Stoart to lead us out here as he initiates again nice and early up along the wall of outer zone 1. Ahmed Alhamadi starts to apply pressure straight away onto the door. The 180SX of the Carbon Drift Team driver gives space to transition as we come up now to outer zone 3. Another bit of space to transition there from Ahmed, and start to apply more pressure now onto the door, the 180, as he comes through inner clip 5 around towards outer zone 7 here as we transition back towards that wall. Ahmed Alhamadi makes a dive. Oh, and a bit of contact there onto Ricky Stoart, onto the front wheel maybe, as he starts to reel Ricky in again and again as they cross the line. Interesting to say the least. We will send them back for the second half of this battle and see who makes it through to the final, who will be going to the third and fourth place playoff. We'll swap them around. Ricky Stoart now to chase out Ahmed Alhamadi. Ricky Stoart, definitely one to watch in chase runs. He's very, very explosive, very aggressive at times, and definitely got to be the same here now. You see him doing that little double jump there just to get out of the gate on time. Gets up onto the door. The 180SX of Ahmed Alhamadi has to cut angle in the chase just to get up onto the door. Ahmed fires that 180SX through outer zone 1 and 2. Ricky gets onto the door through outer zone 3. Transitions again out to 4. Look at the dive from Ricky Stoart. Incredible here through inner clip 5 around towards outer zone 4, or outer zone 6 rather. Transition back towards 7 here. Ricky Stoart applying serious pressure to the door of the 180SX of Ahmed Alhamadi as we come up to the last outer zone. Transition across the line. Ricky Stoart putting on an absolute masterclass in chasing there. Incredible stuff. As we will head over to our comparison replays here. We'll wait for the judges to drop in what they think about that, but that was incredible stuff in that battle. Ricky Stoart displaying incredible chase runs and in the lead as well. Both guys doing an incredible job. Ahmed Alhamadi maybe having a few little mistakes, but that's not to say that Ricky didn't have his own as well. So we will see what happens here. Ricky Stoart definitely driving like a man possessed here. A lot of support for Ricky Stoart in the chat there as well. So you just wait here for the judges to drop in any kind of decision. Just taking their time on this, maybe spotting some stuff that they want to just clarify on. There was that bit of contact as well that they will look back on just to make sure. You can see that just here now. The transition back. It's just here as Ahmed surges up, or not just here, it was a little bit later on in the run. Just here, Ahmed surges up, hits the front wheel of Ricky. But other than that, I can't really see anything else that could really separate this run. Judge is going to have to really break this down and really zoom in, slow everything down, and have a look at telemetry second by second, because that's the only way you're going to split this battle. We could be going for a one more time here. No judge dropped in any kind of score yet. As we do start to get decisions into the judges' booth, we will go to our decision. Swiping left for Ahmed Alhamadi, right for Ricky Stoart. Tire goes for Ahmed Alhamadi, but both other judges go for a one more time. So we will be going one more time. Ricky Stoart versus Ahmed Alhamadi to go one more time again here in the top four. It's incredible stuff. We knew when the battles in top 16 were ridiculously good, we knew we were in for a treat in top 8 and top 4, and let me tell you, this is unbelievable stuff from everybody driving today. But these top 4 drivers have displayed perfection all weekend, and judges are going to have a hard time splitting that between not everybody. So we'll get them back to the line. Ricky Stoart to line up first, and Ahmed Alhamadi to give chase. As we wait for the judge to just reset them semaphore lights. As we get them to reset, we'll get the first light, second light, third light, and fourth light. Let's go, send them down. Ricky Stoart to leaves the start line chicane, lights up the rear wheels on the 180SX. Ahmed Alhamadi right there on initiation as he fires that 180SX up onto the liveried Carbon Drift Team liveried 180SX. So they transition back here now along outer zone 3, transition back again towards outer zone 4. Ahmed Alhamadi applying the pressure to the door of Ricky Stoart here. Ricky not putting a foot wrong though. He's doing an incredible job out here in the lead, but Ahmed Alhamadi using that to his full advantage, getting right there, knows where Ricky's gonna be as they come through outer zone 8. They make space and transition towards the finish line as they cross it. We'll send them back for the second half of this one more time. As both of them make their way back nice and quickly to the start line here. Ahmed Alhamadi to lead us out. Ricky Stoart to give chase. We will see what happens here. Ricky sent it Stoart looking for the little bit of a run up here as we get the green light to go. Ricky Stoart in tow behind Ahmed Alhamadi here as they initiate. Look at this from Ricky Stoart right there on the door on initiation. Look at this. Fantastic stuff. Working the left foot brake to stay on the door, not make contact. Transitioning back now. Gets back onto the door. Leaves a little bit of space right on the back bumper for transition. And look at this from Ricky Stoart right there as we come through outer zone 6. Ricky Stoart not giving an inch to Ahmed Alhamadi as we come through the last sweeping section of this Swedish Penta track. Unbelievable stuff here from Ricky Stoart as he pushes Ahmed Alhamadi across the line. Unbelievable stuff. Fantastic here. We will have to see how the judges are going to split that. That is going to be insane to go through as we get our comparison side by side up here. As we just wait for the judges to drop in scores, they're going to have a really deep look at this. Very interesting to see how they'll break this one down. We might need to get a judge to come in and explain the decision on this too, because how they're splitting the hairs and the atoms at this stage with the two runs is incredible. I don't know how they're doing it. We still wait for the judges to drop in any kind of score here. Really taking their time to break this one down and have a look. As both guys will be waiting there in the decision area very, very patiently. A lot of support from Carbon Drift Team here in the live chat. Big shout out to them. A lot of support for Ricky Stoart here in the chat. Big shout out to everybody supporting all their drivers all evening this evening. Thank you for staying with us at the stream. As we get one decision in from a judge here, we will just wait for the other judges to drop in scores. Still patiently waiting. The other two judges maybe just having a quick look before they make their decision. And again, just taking their time here as we do get another decision from another judge. As we wait for the third judge, and we do have a decision here. We will go to our decision. Swiping left for Ahmed Alhamadi, right for Ricky Stoart. Parker goes for Ricky Stoart, and Rise and Ty go for one more time again. So it will be another one more time. This is incredible. They have to make a decision after this battle. That is it. There will be a decision at the end of this. As we'll just get them back to the start line here. Just get them to warm their tires. Ricky Stoart, hungry for this, definitely wants the win here, but so does Ahmed Alhamadi. The judges just playing with emotions here of the Carbon Drift team. As we get them back to the line here, the lights are reset. Wait for them to illuminate. We get the first light, we get the second light, we get the third, and we get the fourth. Ricky sent it Stoart to lead us out of the start line chicane here. Ahmed Alhamadi initiating early right up onto the quarter panel of the 180SX of the Carbon Drift team driver, Ricky Stoart. Look at this. Incredible stuff here as they transition back now towards outer zone 3. Ricky Stoart not doing a bad job in the lead, but Ahmed Alhamadi right there too, not giving him an inch as he comes through inner clip 5. Starting to push up more onto the door now as Ahmed Alhamadi as we transition back now towards the last section of the track. The big swooping corner, outer zone 7 gets through nice and clean, but Ahmed right there as we come around now to outer zone 8. Ahmed Alhamadi applying the pressure as they cross the line, and we'll get them to go back to the line here. My voice cannot take much more of this as we get them back to the line here now. We will swap them around. It'll be Ahmed Alhamadi to lead out Ricky Stoart. And Ricky is hungry for this. You think he was aggressive before? He's gone one more time, twice now. He wants this. He is going to go 110% on this, 1000% on this. Ricky wants this. As Ahmed Alhamadi waits patiently for the start line to resets. We get the first light, second light, third light, and the fourth light. Ricky Stoart takes a little bit of a jump here as we go through the start line chicane. Ricky Stoart initiates onto the door of Ahmed Alhamadi. Contact there, but not upsetting the line. Ricky Stoart making a little bit of contact on the door as we transition back now towards outer zone 3, giving a little bit of space there as Ricky Stoart for the transition, but makes a big dive here now up onto the door of Ahmed Alhamadi through inner clip 5 as we work our way around outer zone 6. We can transition now back towards outer zone 7 along the big sweeping corner here. Look at the proximity from Ricky Stoart on Ahmed Alhamadi, and as we cross through the final section of track and across the line. Very, very interesting as we will get the judges to make a call now, and it has to be one or the other. It cannot go one more time. We'll get the side-by-side up here as we already have a decision from one of our judges. We just wait for the other two now. That judge is Mr. 360 himself, the man who's very decisive, Mr. Ryan Parker in the judging booth. He has made his decision already. We'll just wait for Rise and Tire to make theirs as they'll watch a few of the times just to make sure that they're making the right decision, not making any mistakes here. Look at that. It's incredible stuff there from Ricky Stoart. I think it's that contact right there on Ricky's chase might be a defining factor, because other than that I can't see any other factors that could split this battle. Maybe a few wobbles and wavers. As I just pause that there. Okay, yeah, and okay, so what I'm hearing is they're looking at that contact to see if Ahmed actually hit the wall before Ricky made contact, and that could be the deciding factor. And we do actually have a decision now. So slide him left for Ahmed Alhamadi, right for Ricky Stoart. And Ricky Stoart's going to the final. He will progress through to face off against Mustafa Amini. And we will have Ahmed Alhamadi to face off against Darius Ostrika for that third spot on the third spot on the podium. Incredible driving all evening this evening. As the chat will go nuts there. Ricky Stoart getting through to the final. And there you go. That is the top 4 bracket there, as we just get everybody reset to just go through to the final and the third and fourth place playoff. I'm just gonna get word which we're gonna do first. I believe it will be the third and fourth place playoff. Yeah, and that is Darius Ostrika going to be chasing out Ahmed Alhamadi this time round to start us off. As we get the lights reset here, Darius Estrella taking a bit of a run up here on Ahmed Alhamadi. Ahmed freshly primed from that battle with Ricky Stoart. As we get the green light to go, Darius Estrella to chase in as he initiates side by side with Ahmed Alhamadi right in the door, right in the wheel well of Ahmed Alhamadi as they transition back now towards outer zone 3 through this center section here. Transition back now towards 4. Let's see what they do in inner clip 5. How do they deal with it? Very, very nicely as they come through outer zone 6. Transition back now towards outer zone 7. Darius right there. Look at the proximity onto Ahmed Alhamadi. Fantastic stuff, rubbing the wheel right along that door as they transition and come across the line. We'll send them back for the second half of this run. We'll swap them around, see what happens. Ahmed Alhamadi to chase out Darius Estrella, and Ahmed, one of those drivers that we saw it in the last battle there with Ricky. He's gonna go very aggressive on initiation, and he's gonna stay with that lead driver as best he can. So let's see what happens here as we get the green light to go. Ahmed Alhamadi to chase in Darius Estrella. Look at this from Ahmed right there. A little bit of a gap more than he would have liked, but makes the proximity back extremely quick. Let's go for the transition here. Bumper to bumper, makes contact with Darius Estrella as we come through. Let's see what happens here. The rest of the run will be about halfway through the run now. Ahmed right there on the back bumper of Darius Estrella as they transition back now. Darius right there. I think that was more contact from Ahmed in the chase position as Darius Estrella continues this run all the way out towards outer zone 8 as we cross the line here now. As if there is a decision here, we will bring it to the podium. Judges just having a quick review, some stuff. They'll probably want to review that contact in the second half of the run, second half of the battle rather. Still no indication from the judges that they have a decision or are going to be making a decision anytime soon. So you can see the side-by-side comparison there. Might see, can we have a quick look back on the full screen of Ahmed's chase there just to see was there anything going on with that, as we do get that. So you can see here the initiation, there was a little bit of a gap there, but he makes really good work of it as he surges up onto the door of the S13. As he transitions back now, that's where he makes contact originally, has to surge back up again, but times it for the transition. Does a nice clean job through inner clip 5 and outer zone 6, but it's when we transition back here again on that same part of the track where he locks that front wheel but surges back up again. See, there's wobbles and wavers from Darius as well, maybe in the lead. Just looking like it's a little bit scrappy, but we'll have to let the judges make that call. Just still waiting for the judges to make a call here. I wonder, is this going to be something that might go one more time yet again? Have all the one more times here this evening. We still wait for the judges to make that call. Still zero indication from our judges that they're actually gonna make a decision anytime soon. Seems to be that they are having a look at the contact, among other little wobbles and waivers, just to make sure that everything else is top notch here. But yeah, very interesting here, because judges are taking a very deep dive with this, and they seem fairly close. Oh, and we do get a decision dropping in. As yet, we get a second one now. Just waiting for the third. And yet, we have a third. And it is unanimous. It's a one more time. We're going one more time between Darius Ostrika and Ahmed Alhamadi. It's another one more time for Ahmed Alhamadi. This is 4 battles in a row for Ahmed. It's incredible. Unbelievable stuff. The talent here is through the roof. The level is just so high this round. It's incredible. As we'll get them to line back up here now. Ahmed Alhamadi right there, ready to go. As we just get Darius warming his tires. We wait for the lights to turn green. We get 3 lights. We get the 4th light. We'll send them down for this one more time. Darius Ostrika to chase in. Ahmed Alhamadi. Look at this now from Darius Ostrika. Super aggressive right off the rip. Gets onto the door of the 180SX in that S13 as they go for a transition here now. Darius Ostrika right on the back bumper. He's going to allow some room here just to allow for the second transition, and this is where he'll start to reel him in right here. True inner clip 5. Right there on the front wheel is Darius Ostrika as he transition back now again towards outer zone 7, and he makes another dive onto the door of the 180SX. Darius Ostrika right there. Ahmed Alhamadi not doing anything bad though in that lead run. Very, very clean. As we'll send them back for the second half of this run. Judges gonna have a absolute play date with all of this again. It's gonna be a hard call yet again for this. If that's anything to go by as a first run of a one more time, this can only go one way. As we get Darius to pull to the line here now. As we get the lights to illuminate again, Darius Ostrika to lead us out. Ahmed Alhamadi to chase. Ahmed Alhamadi right there, very aggressive, super aggressive off the rip. Look, he's chasing down Darius Ostrika closer than Darius was in the first half of this battle. As we transition back now, Ahmed gonna apply some pressure, leave some space for that transition, just like Darius did in the first half of the run. As we come through inner clip 5, applies the pressure exactly how Darius done. A carbon copy of the run. As we transition back here now, look at Ahmed. He's gonna start reeling him in and try to be closer for longer than Darius was in that first section, and he does just that as we transition back to cross the line, allows that room. Very, very nice, surgical almost from Ahmed Alhamadi, but that lead from Darius Ostrika was pinpoint perfect as well. So this is a hard one for the judges to call. I'm glad I'm not a judge, because you couldn't split an atom fine enough to get that to weigh up perfectly here, because this is ridiculous. The guys are in the judging booth are having an awful time here trying to call anything anymore. And that is actually your third and fourth in qualifying will be third and fourth in your third and fourth place battle as well. That's incredible. I'm only after realizing that where we actually have all top 4 of our qualifiers, but it's actually worked out that in the final we have 1 and 2, and in our 3rd and 4th place battle we actually have 3 and 4, so that's worked out quite nicely. As we still wait for judges to drop in scores here, taking their time, making sure that they're making the right call. As I wonder what the judges are looking at here. What's the defining factor that they're thinking of? Interesting to see if they're able to find anything that separates these runs. So I'm hearing that it is literally down to drivers being shallower in some areas than others, and it is literally all it's down to. There's nothing that's separating this other than a little bit of line in certain sections of the track, and that's it. So they're literally trying to weigh up everything here to try and separate these two, and I'm glad I'm not them, because that must be a stressful situation to be in the judging booth right now. Like, how do you separate these two? They've been perfect all through this weekend, and they're showing perfection here in the 3rd and 4th place playoff. Someone wants to take that 3rd spot on the podium. Still waiting for anything to drop in from the judges here. It's very, very intense. Okay, so I'm told we have a decision, and we will go to the podium with that decision. So we will go to our final here, and it's the big one. It's the one you've all been waiting for. It's the one that the Carbon Drift team have been waiting for. It is Ricky Stoart to take on Mustafa Amini in the final, and this is going to be massive. This is definitely, I think, the most active I've ever seen the chat for a final in a very long time, and it's all support one way. But can Mustafa Amini cause an upset here? We'll have to find out as we go to the line for our final battle of the evening. Just wait patiently to be able to see what's going on track here. And there you go. Your 2 finalists right there. Mustafa Amini, your top qualifier, to take on Ricky Stoart in that Carbon Drift Team 180SX. What's going to happen here? This is going to be fireworks 100%. That they get 3-4 lights. Let's send them down. Ricky Stoart to chase in first. Let's see. He's going to go aggressive like he always does. Ricky Stoart initiates in behind the IS-200 of Mustafa Amini, and there's contact there already right off the get-go as they transition back here now. Ricky Stoart applies pressure again onto the IS-200, leaves a little bit of space for a transition, but makes a massive dive up onto the door of the IS-200 of Mustafa Amini as they come through outer zone 6 here. Mustafa not doing anything wrong in that lead position, as look at this from Ricky Stoart right there on the door as he keeps reeling him in and leaves room for the transition as they cross the line. Ricky Stoart doing an incredible job in the chase position, and we'll swap them around for the second half of this. Mustafa Amini's going to have to push incredibly hard to get the job done here. As Mustafa just takes a second to do a little bit of a loop. Ricky Stoart straight back to the line as we wait for the judges to drop them lights again. Mustafa just lining himself up here, taking a bit of a run up as we get 1, 2, 3 and 4 lights on. Ricky sent it Stoart to bring us out of the start line chicane to lead us in here. Mustafa initiates early, nice and wide as he pushes up onto the front wheel of the 180SX. Oh, drops back a bit, very shallow here from Mustafa, trying to keep up with the 180SX of Ricky Stoart. Oh, maybe just pushing him through outer zone 3 here, and a little bit of a straighten, maybe just straightening up Ricky Stoart as we come through inner clip 5 and around to outer zone 6. Coming through here with Mustafa trying to apply so much pressure to the side of the 180SX, and he does just that now. Keeps it nice and steady right there on the back wheel of the 180 of Ricky Stoart as they cross the line. Incredible stuff here. As we just wait to see if the judges have a decision on this one. Will we go for another one more time? Who knows? It's all possible at this stage. My voice can't take much more of this, but we will see what happens when the judges make their decision here. Who's going to join the podium? Who's going to take... They're both on the podium. Who's actually going to take top step here? A lot of support for Ricky Stoart in the chat. The thing is, though, can Mustafa Amini cause an upset here? That would infuriate Ricky. And if I know Ricky, like I think I know Ricky, that will drive him up the walls, and he will make sure for round 3 he is going to be on that top spot come hell or high water. And it's just that bit of contact there on the first run where Ricky just runs into Mustafa a little bit. Everything else in the run was perfect, but there's the contact in the first run, and there was contact in the second one there too a little bit. Just need to see everything from every angle, the judges. As we just keep waiting. We get some support there from Mustafa Amini in the chat there too, so still waiting to see if we have a decision here. We will go to the podium if we have a decision. If not, if we have a one more time, we'll obviously do the one more time, but just waiting to see who's taking first and second on the podium. Yeah, so they're looking at the contacts on the first corner on both run, and it's interesting to see because they're two very different contacts. And we'll have a look at the first one here where Ricky makes contact with Mustafa there. Was there a decel from Mustafa, or was Ricky just going that little bit too fast? And to be honest, it looks like Mustafa might have been running a little bit wider originally anyway. Had to slow down so he didn't completely overshoot. Maybe that's the case. Who knows? The judges make that decision. But other than that, everything else from both lead and chase was pretty textbook and was pretty pinpoint accurate, I'll have to say. As we look at the second run now, this is where we saw it's a little bit weird. The initiation from Mustafa was very odd, and just here Mustafa checks up heavy, and he took a very shallow weird line there, and he makes contact with Ricky there also, and there on the transition. So judges having to break this down because the contacts from Mustafa didn't really it did upset Ricky's line, but not as much as the contact in the first run. They have to weigh that up, have a bunch of checks and balances just to make sure that everything makes sense with the rule book and what their judging has been consistent with. So they will make a decision, hopefully. As I keep checking my scorecard here just to make sure nobody has dropped anything in yet. Guys waiting very patiently for the final decision of the evening. Will it be Ricky Stoart or will it be Mustafa Amini? The guys taking their time in the commentary booth here because they really do want to make sure that everything is right. They can still go one more time with this, but I would assume that they do want to just call it and make sure that it's a done deal straight off the bat, but there is the possibility that they go one more time here. As we just wait to see the judges drop in a score. Hopefully they are getting near something. And I believe we do have a decision here. So we will be going to the podium for the decision. So we will go to the podium for the decision. We do have one. We are not going one more time. We do have a decision. Yep, and I do have the results. We'll go to the podium with that. No problem. We will get going now in just a second with this podium ceremony. Big thank you to everyone for staying with us with the stream. A long one this evening, but big thank you to having to stick with it. Big thank you to all our sponsors here at SVDS. Strom Wheels, our title sponsor, DND Performance Interior, another one of our sponsors, Driftland, Mclellan Motorsport, Tsuji Collective, Number 26 Racing, Kaptured Media, Dill 3D, and Frontside Racing. Big thank you to them. So we are ready. We have the decision. So starting with third place on the podium, it will be Ahmed Alhamadi taking third step on the podium, meaning Darius Ostrika gets fourth position. Now, the moment everybody has been waiting for, taking top spot at round 2 of SVDS Street Series here in Piteå Circuit in Sweden is Ricky Stoart getting the win, meaning Mustafa Amini takes second position, and your first charger for this round is Nico Stella. Big congratulations to all of our drivers, and big thank you for all of you guys sitting in the stream and sticking with us all night. Congratulations to Ricky Stoart taking top spot, Mustafa Amini, Ahmed Alhamadi, Dowso Strike and Nico Stella for taking the prizes this round. Big thank you to everybody in the background running the stream. You can see your final bracket there on your screens. And that will be it from all of us here at SVDS. Big thank you for sticking with us. And we will see you at May 24th and 25th for round 3. There still are some tickets left for that, so if you want to get involved, please do buy some tickets. And that's it from us. We will see you next round. Good night.
One.